Well, none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots, yeah. None of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Children have to go back to the roots. I'm telling you now, the truth, telling you, yeah, the truth, You have to go back to the roots, go to the roots. Yeah, man, you know, this is Benjamin out of the Smiling Coast, West Africa, Gambia, representing for the one and only Abu, the big man you don't know, the Soninke warrior, the man that brings the truth, Soninke warrior, the sign of enlightenment, the Soninke warrior, the righteous and the true African. Abu, reveal the truth to them, you know, no matter how them try run from it, because none of them can hide from the truth, yeah. Yes, we have to dig back the roots, yeah. Fire!
Subscribe now.
I remember the days, all those years ago that never fade away. And I remember your face when you hit the ground. I can recall the time and place on a midnight walk through the old streets, trying to turn back the clock to the days of old, back to the days when all the things we knew were made of gold. As the world moves on, time sings a song. In the old neighborhood, as the clock strikes one, the memory.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Afridamus Report. I'm your host, Afridamus. I want to welcome all of you to today's edition of the Afridamus Report. If you're new here, please make sure you hit the like, and if you haven't subscribed yet, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know if you can hear me clearly. All right. So today we are going to be talking about the updates of what is happening in Niger. If you're not aware, if you weren't here last week, ladies and gentlemen, give me a minute here, just a moment. Let me fix this here. Give me just a quick moment here. Let me take a quick short commercial break while I fix this. Let me give you a quick commercial break here.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, Boy, he got educated feet. Boy, I practice all the time. Here's one I sat up all night trying to do. Get this. When the boat dock is Memphis, you should get yourself a job in one of them Beale Street cafes. Boy, you've been reading my mind.
All right. I'm back. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Please make sure you hit the like. So I'm back. Where was I? Ladies and gentlemen, last time I was talking about, the quote-unquote the coup in Niger. So this coup name, even this is a French word, mind you. And for example, the reason why these things are happening in reality, like these countries, there are 14 countries that are technically still under the rule of France. Because if you look at France, you take their example, let's say Haiti, any of their territories that want to be completely free from France, you have to defeat them militarily. If you look at the pattern, for example, Haiti, sure, their former slaves, they revolted against the French. They fought, they won, right? But France is relentless. They are relentless because the reason why they go to these territories. The reason why they capture these territories is for resources, nothing else. They believe these territories belong to them and the people belong to them. And I'm going to explain, I'm going to break it all down for people to understand, because you see, most people think it's just this surface thing. It's easy to just say, oh, such and such is a sellout. Oh, they are the gatekeepers, just right off the bat. But I'm gonna lay everything down to you for you to understand. This didn't just happen overnight. And this revolt that we are seeing, this is nothing new. It started back in Haiti when the slaves there freed themselves, right? Toussaint Louverture, who, he was in the French army, and the guy that followed after him, Dessalines, he was also in the army. But, here's the thing. When Haiti, quote unquote, when they fought and had their liberation, they could not, technically, they didn't win, because who are they going to trade with? You see, the products they have, because Haiti was a plantation, it was the most lucrative plantation for the French. So the French, they trade with the English, the Arabs, and, other non-Africans. So they've commodified not only the land, you as the African itself has been commodified. So therefore, the United States at the time, there's no way they would trade with the slaves in Haiti, because if they did, that would encourage the people they were holding in bondage here in the United States to revolt, because they are going to see it as a great example. In fact, during that revolution, even here in the United States, you can read back. Some of the information was, some of the plantations that received that information, there were slave revolutions here in the States during that era, because the slaves caught a wind of what was going on. So you come to present day independence. 1960, the French gave independence, quote unquote, to all these countries. But Algeria in North Africa, they fought a bitter war with the French. They fought a bitter war with the French. So these African countries, 14 of them that I'm about to highlight here, they did not fight any war with the French. There were people who were revolutionaries who would stand up every few other centuries, and the French would quell it down. So this right now, this present day, this is what is on the international stage. So technically, France owns these territories in West Africa because of the way they set it up. So in 1960, they said, okay, when the noise started, they said, okay, we are going to give you your independence, because the British West Africa, Ghana, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, all these other places were colonized by British. So the French said, all right, we are going to give you your independence. But in order to get this independence, these countries had to sign over, half of their country's income to France. They have to sign over that France can have military in their countries. So in a way, it's just flag independence, but France continue to hold onto these territories. So this is why you see, when it suits France, they could say democracy. Like, for instance, I have seen where, in some instances where you have the military, they take over, right? Some places it works, but many a times there's many issues with it. I prefer free and fair elections. Free and fair elections. But you cannot have free and fair elections in Africa, in that part of Africa, especially in French West Africa, because some of the French territories in Central Africa, in fact, they don't even hold elections. For example, the French have a stronghold on the country of Cameroon. They have a very strong gatekeeper there, Paul Biya. Paul Biya he has been in charge of that country, Cameroon, for 40 years. How can you call that a democracy? But the French are okay with that. You go next door to Cameroon, Gabon, their former president, Omar Bongo, a total French stooge. He was put in place there by the French. And when he died, he passed on the power to his son, who is in charge today. You see? So that tells you right away that when they say democracy, and some of the Africans running around democracy, but do you even know the meaning of democracy? Because the people that are telling you what democracy is, when it suits them, they don't practice it. You go next door to Benin, the same thing. So it's like, what is going on? You go to Senegal, Macky Sall, he is the man of the French, right? So by proxy in Gambia, some people might bring like our president into this, but you must remember one thing. We are a former British colony. You see, we had a president who came to power in 1994. He used gun, meaning a coup, as they say. So he came to power, and I mean, at the time, he removed the president that came to power from, who took power from the British. But he was cozied up with the British. In fact, they knighted him. He was called Sir. He was known for many things. And after I finished explaining this, you would understand, that in fact, everything that you've been told, or everything that you thought was real, is not real. They told you colonialism is over. Maybe forced colonialism. Forced. Yes, but the tactic have changed. But our that president, Sir Dawda Kairaba Jawara, he passed away, may he rest in peace. He was in power, but he was still very friendly with the British. So it was just like a transfer where, sure, the local people made a lot of noise. Let's just put one of them in charge. Let them conduct elections, but his ministers, all of them, during their rule, it's about traveling to London, just the usual thing like today. So the people were hungry, the people could not see any progress. So a young soldier named Yaya Jammeh came. I remember when he ousted that former president. He was talking about the reason why he came to power is because of the rampant corruption. And during that time, military coups were popular. In Nigeria, there were military men in charge at the time. So even during that time, ECOWAS was different. The leadership was different because these military guys, they were not stooges. They came and removed the stooges, and they completely shifted the game. They changed the game because now the Europeans were confused. All the deals they've signed, This military guy started going against all of it. Like in Gambia, Yahya Jammeh came, he removed the country from the Commonwealth. And the British were upset. Why would the British be upset, when they removed that country from the Commonwealth, unless that's their way of still, keeping ownership of the country? So Yahya Jammeh is like, no, he gave the Europeans the middle finger, and he went and found new friends. He became friends with Gaddafi. He became friends with the Chinese and the Taiwanese. He was playing them against each other. So he became independent, away from the British. So if you ask me, that's the first time the Gambia became completely independent from the British for 23 years, completely independent. Then Yahya Jammeh lost the election. Adama Barrow came in, and I don't think he is a sellout, to be quite honest. But when Yahya Jammeh did not want to relinquish power, they sent in the ECOWAS forces there, and Senegal took the opportunity to provide a bulk of the troops, because how they do is, when they're invading any country, they bring in soldiers. Majority would be the closest country to the country they are going to, because they have similar cultures. And rightfully so, their intervention in Gambia was well warranted. There's a reason why I'm talking about this, because many people are confusing this, saying, oh, how can you, they were like, Gambians are arguing with each other saying, how can you support economic intervention in the Gambia but oppose it this time around in Niger? I will help you here. That's because in the Gambia, this man, he lost the election. He conceded, okay? And then he did not want to relinquish power. So the incoming man, Adama Barrow, he doesn't have his own private army. The army should have been, neutral and serve the interests of the country, because the citizens have spoken at the time. But the soldiers stood with Yahya Jammeh, the ousted person. So therefore, what choice does Adama Barrow have? He has no choice but to get protection from ECOWAS. And sure did. They brought him in, and now they are there, protecting him. So it would be hard for a man like that to truly just come out and oppose ECOWAS intervention in Niger. So I think his position, yes, he is in the crowd, but I think he's conducting himself well, because he is not coming out, voicing out, saying, yeah, let's go get these people. He is just taking it easy. I understand his position. But we come to Macky Sall, next door in Senegal. He was handpicked by the French. And now he is one of the chairmen of ECOWAS. So Adama Barrow, our president, had the unfortunate luck of the troops that went in to give him protection so that he can rule without fear or favor. At the time happened to be somebody, the president of Senegal, that is handpicked by the French. But also, let's look at it. The French being in these countries, is it detrimental to them? Is it serving them? Or is it just serving a few people? Anyways, I don't want to keep you waiting. Let's go to Ruto in East Africa. William Ruto is the president of Kenya. Okay, let me read this real quick. G Black, thank you very much. He said, for the super chat, he said, in Togo as well, 50 years of my life under the same in Yasimbe presidency, father to son. Exactly. Exactly, guys. In Togo, the father dies and he transfers the power. So this is happening in the in these French territories, and the French are supporting it. The French support Paul Biya in Cameroon. Most people in Cameroon only know Paul Biya as their president for life. You see, you go to Ivory Coast, you have Alassane Ouattara over there. But Ruto, the president of Kenya, most people were hailing Ruto. They were saying, Ruto is a Pan-African. He's a Pan-Africanist. But because Ruto came out and started saying some sweet nothings, he is saying, they are going to remove visas between African countries, to travel. So, and Kenya, there are many companies in Kenya. Kenya is experiencing a lot of economic gains as we speak. But Ruto was talking tough. People said Ruto is a strong man. I knew there was something behind. There is a puppet master somewhere. Do you think Kenya's progress is just without their president tap dancing? Let me show you. Ruto was among the first people, especially he is all the way in East Africa. In East Africa, he was amongst the first people that stepped out to come out and say he condemns the coup in Niger, right? But he is not taking things into consideration here. And then in turn, he is supporting the ECOWAS intervention, even though the AU for once stood up and said, no, they do not support ECOWAS intervention. But Ruto, here, let me show you. Let me show you the first thing Ruto did. Even though he knows these people are fighting imperialism, so he's supposed to be a Pan-African. Give me a minute. Let me do my disclaimer here. So this is why you guys have to be very careful before you just jump, and start saying, because some guy comes, say something that you want to hear, you are like, oh, he is a Pan-African. No. You have to wait and see how these people operate. Here we go. All right. So when this coup happened, I'm guessing they, Macron, because I've seen videos of Macron and Ruto, who's supposed to be the new Pan-African, Jomo Kenyatta. He is very aware of the Mau Mau had to fight the British for freedom. So, they sat all of us in the classroom. What did they teach you about history? How the white man, Mango Park, came and traveled through to discover the river Niger. They also told us about, the first white man that showed up, how they colonized us. And they said, guess what? Now you guys are free. If Niger, if they are free, if they were truly free, why those friends have to dictate to dictate everything to them? Why can't the French army be in their country? So they signed all this into play. And Ruto should know this. He sounds smart, right? But let us find out, what Ruto did when these people came in.
Kenyan President William Ruto on Friday condemned the coup in Niger, calling the army takeover of the unstable country a serious setback for Africa. Speaking in Mombasa, Kenya, President William Ruto called on the Niger military guards to release the detained leader Mohamed Bazoum. Bazoum has been confined to his residence since Wednesday by his own presidential guards.
The Republic of Kenya joins the rest of the world to condemn in the strongest terms this unconstitutional act that subverts democracy through a coup d'etat and calls for the immediate release of President Mohamed Bazoum, who is reportedly seized by members of the Presidential Guard.
Several world leaders, including the French President Emmanuel Macron, have condemned the recent coup and further warned of the serious security risk from the mainly jihadist groups that have been a menace in the region.
All right. So William Ruto came out and condemned the coup in the strongest, his voice was with the Europeans, Macron, right? I understand. Sure, we want free and fair elections. But, Ruto also did not condemn. He did not come out and condemn people like Alassane Ouattara. He did not condemn Macky Sall in Senegal, who currently, can you guys believe this? Macky Sall, he's locking up the opposition leader in Senegal. There was a brutal uprising in Senegal where the people came out on the streets and Macky Sall sent his forces out there and they used forces and some people died. You are not hearing this in the French media, in the mainstream media. How come that is not being talked about? Because Macky Sall decided that he wants to change the constitution so that he can serve 3 terms. Because, these other people in other territories have done this and the French supported that. Isn't that coup d'etat? That is a coup d'etat. Let me show you, what is happening in Niger. And then I will bring you the 14 countries that are still under French occupation. So ECOWAS is relentless for whatever reason. They said that they have to, right now, they have a standby force, led by Nigeria's president. They are hell-bent on going in. The United States and France are pushing for it, especially France. They are even offering to help them out, right? So let me show you what is happening in Niger. So the president, Bazoum, you can openly say Bazoum is definitely a French stooge, right? So he favors the French. He wants French troops in the country. So right now, even with the coup, you would think, for example, they said 56% of the population, they said voted for him. So if that were true, ladies and gentlemen, if that were true, they could have fooled all of us because that support is not being seen in Niger. In fact, as we speak, the regular citizens of Niger are signing up to become fighting forces against any invasion from ECOWAS and the French, because that's how they are looking at this at the moment. So this is why I am very surprised to see William Ruto, the president of Kenya, to quickly come out and condemn this. And on top of that, even though the AU condemned, ECOWAS, using military in Niger. But a couple of days ago, they were in Accra, Ghana, tying up the conspiracy. Because, when they want to go and fight, they want to serve white master, they go to Ghana. So they were in Ghana and they planned. They said, you know what? We are still going to go ahead and invade this place. So they don't want to give up, right? Even though AU said they're against it. But Kenya's president, William Ruto, is all the way in the east. He is speaking, he is saying he supports ECOWAS. He supports ECOWAS. So this is bigger than what you guys think. It's way bigger than what you guys think. And I would love to let you know also that many people are just hyped up also, but I hate to bust your bubble. You must know Niger, their economy is controlled by France. Niger, Burkina Faso, Mali, because they signed, their money is tied to the French economy. You see? So this is what you hear about the colonial tax thing. So even if, let's say, they quote unquote win, which would be very difficult, at this point. So eventually what I would recommend is a negotiation so they can truly transition into a free and fair election. Because even that Major General Chiani, the man is 60 years old. He's been in the system for a while. And even though what led up to the coup is a beef between him and, Bazoum, and, because Bazoum went overboard, right, with his tap dancing. We would come to that. But regardless, they would have to negotiate with the French. I'm just telling you. Because if they don't, right now, Russia is in the game, right? Fine. But you must realize the French token and the French connection has been there for hundreds of years in these places. So it would be very difficult to just sever the tie just like that. Because the amount of money their economy will lose, I don't know if Russia has that kind of money to settle them. I don't know. So maybe Kenya is also benefiting from the French now, because I saw William Ruto laughing hard with Macron. I said, is this when he received the news about the trinkets that are coming to him in Kenya? And fine. I don't blame Kenya for tap dancing, but they, tell William Ruto, we are onto him too, okay? So here we go. Let me show you the 14 countries. The 14 countries that are still under French rule. So let's see. And some of them they do it happily, and here we go.
African leaders often face accusations of corruption and perceived alignment with Western interests, which can be attributed to a compelling reason. These leaders find themselves in a delicate position, driven by concerns about their personal safety and the stability of their nations. Their actions, seeking powerful nations' support, stem from a desire for protection against the risk of coups or threats. However, this quest for security sometimes comes at a cost. Western powers, in exchange for backing, may expect these leaders to prioritize external interests over serving their own people or their nation's best interests. Former French President Jacques Chirac's declaration in March 2008 rings with a sobering truth. France's significance could diminish to that of a third-tier power without Africa.
Did you guys hear this? Jacques Chirac, the former president of France, he's saying, hey, if they lose control over Africa, meaning their African territories, France could be reduced to a third-grade country. So this is why the French are doing whatever they can. Look, France even tricked these African countries, into believing that they are French citizens. But in reality, you know what the French are doing? Instead of forcing the people to come in chains, now you even have to fight hard to go collect your reparation by working. But most of the Africans have found a way to be on the French welfare, to receive welfare. So you must realize right now, it's not only France that is eating off of these uraniums. Africans that also migrated, that are living in France, are also eating off of this sweet uranium they've been stealing from that country. Okay, so right now the things are looking very grim here, because right now, if France loses the uranium, those of you that are over there in France, your welfare checks, you might start seeing issues with your welfare check, and many are not gonna like it. So, yeah, I understand you want to come out and start chastising France, but remember that welfare check, the origin of the welfare check, yes, is coming from those uranium mines, those gold mines. So right now, the people you calling the bootlickers, the gatekeepers, yes, they are also French employees. They are just the highest employees living large. So you also that's living in Paris, receiving that welfare check, yes, you are also benefiting from this. Let us continue.
Chirac's predecessor, Francois Mitterrand, foresaw this perspective as far back as 1957 when he prophesied the absence of Africa could render France's historical narrative incomplete in the 21st century. Under a binding colonial pact enforced by France, 14 African nations find themselves compelled to deposit a staggering 50% of their foreign reserves into the French central bank, all under the control of the French Minister of Finance.
Did you guys see that? So these countries, 50%, pretty much 50% of their foreign reserve, their economy, they, like when they were quote unquote tricked into signing this, but they didn't. They had puppets in place who loved these trinkets, so they signed it. 50% of their money is going into French banks. The French proposed this, and they are like, hey, you are going to sign this. So now you guys will understand why France is willing to do whatever it takes to keep these countries, because to France, how they are looking at it is their personal property. Is their personal property. So it's like, how dare you come here talking about, we can keep it. So you must approach it that way and understand that's how France sees it. G Black, thank you for the super chat. He said, coup d'etat is the only appropriate military intervention, domestic, foreign. Thank you for the super chat. And let's see, DG, thank you for the super chat. He said, France wouldn't mind to make Niger another failed state like Libya. Nigeria can stop that by ignoring France's orders. War is not West African interest. This is true. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, they can turn, because that's what they would do. France doesn't just, match away. Look at Haiti. It's the same thing. If they cannot entirely keep it, they would make sure you would never amount to anything. So at this point, you must know, Niger, if this military junta is to stay, in fact, right now, the French, they are pushing hard in this. They've planned, they've talked about how they are going to conduct, they're going to conduct this operation. They are already planning it. And you got the black West African gatekeepers. They are worried because to them, they cannot allow this to stand because that threatens their position. So this is not only in France's interest. I hope you guys know this. So all these other, people you see, and you're like, oh, why? How come France, France got power over these places? Well, now you know. Now you're seeing it. Because even if the other countries, so now the best thing, now Russia is coming in, Russia and China, they are challenging France there with money. So the only way France is keeping hold of all these other presidents there in charge is through money. So those people don't want that flow of money to stop. They are not there to serve the country. They are not there to build you hospitals. They can just go to the hospital in France. They're not there to build you schools because they can just send their kids to school in France. Vacation in France. You see? So this is how it is in those countries. Guys, please get the likes up. Get the likes up. Here, let us continue so that you guys hear exactly the type of deals this country signed. In fact, it's not the people's fault. So they basically propped up some stooge. So he signs it on behalf of the millions of people in this country. Here we go.
Astonishingly, as of 2014, Togo and approximately 13 other African countries continue to shoulder the burden of colonial debt payments to France. The repercussions of dissent are grim. Leaders who dare to resist face dire consequences, often falling victim to assassination or facing destabilizing coups. In a troubling twist, those who comply with France's demands are rewarded with a luxurious lifestyle, supported by the French government. This stark contrast paints a harrowing picture of despair.
Did you guys see that military parade? That is Paul Biya. Do you guys see how Paul Biya is living? So this is why you hear, like, sometimes those people that come here talking about they're from Biafra, they are going to from Ambazonia, they want to challenge Paul Biya. Do you see how much protection the French are giving Paul Biya? So in Central Africa, the French are doing just fine there, because in Central Africa they are not even opposing France. It's only one tiny little group called Ambazonia. They want to challenge the system there. But look at it. Even those people are not seeing any shine. They don't stand any chance. Because even if English-speaking African countries now it seems like they're in cahoots with France, these people stand no chance until France stops pumping in money.
As the people of these nations grapple with extreme poverty and despair. The weight of this reality underscores the profound imbalance in the relationship between these African nations and France, raising crucial questions about sovereignty, economic justice, and the future of these countries as they strive for genuine progress and empowerment. Let us take a closer look at these 14 African countries. 14. Benin. In the pages of history, agreements have shaped the course of nations, and the Franco-Benin Cooperation Agreement of 1975 is a poignant example. This accord, while fostering diplomatic relations, cast a shadow over Benin's autonomy by affording France significant control over its economy. With the power of a veto over Benin's government decisions and the right to intervene in its economic affairs when it saw fit, France left its mark on the country's path to development. Just a year later, in 1976, the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation further solidified this relationship. France gained the right to station troops in Benin, and preferential treatment in trade was granted, tilting the scales in favor of...
Guys, are you seeing this? Are you hearing this? So France, this is the agreements that were signed. 50% of their economy to France. France get to have their military base there. You see the French, they come in with their big, military planes. They have their forces there. Any deals, mining concessions, natural resources, that means this country, they cannot negotiate with any other country, unless France says, nah, sure, you can talk to them. So is that even is, like, so France owns the place. So first of all, France is like, sure, sign this over. They did. And then they said, allow us to have our troops there. They signed it, meaning they came there to have the protection over the theft that they are performing. This is clear theft. So that's why they have to have their military station there. So let's continue.
Of its interests. Adding to this intricate tapestry is the Currency Agreement 1976, which ushered Benin into the CFA franc zone, a currency union with France at the helm. A pivotal but controversial aspect of this agreement demands Benin to deposit 50% of its foreign exchange reserves with the French Treasury, funds utilized to support France's own budgetary needs. 13. Burkina Faso. Some of the worst agreements that France signed with Burkina Faso include the Franco-Burkinabe Cooperation Agreement of 1961, the Treaty of Friendship and Cooperation between Burkina Faso and France of 1966, and the currency.
So, guys, especially they said, see, Burkina Faso signed one of the worst, deals. So you would see why Burkina Faso they have a Thomas Sankara, in the 80s, he's talking about slavery. They took him out with Blaise Compaoré. And then now you got this guy, Touré, who is Traoré, who's talking about the same thing. So it's pretty much, it's like slavery. So there's a reason why these people are revolting, because France got, they got big chains around their neck. They got them on their knees.
Agreement between Burkina Faso and France of 1967. These agreements gave France a significant amount of control over the economy and politics of Burkina Faso, and they have been a source of tension between the two countries for many years. In recent years, there has been growing resentment in Burkina Faso against France's neo-colonial influence. In 2014, Burkina Faso's president, Blaise Compaoré, was overthrown in a popular uprising.
So Blaise Compaoré, this man, he was best friends with Thomas Sankara. So the Thomas Sankara that you guys always hear about, the man that took him out, that's him. He killed him. They were in the army together. They were best friends, and he killed him. He became the man in charge until the people rose up against him. So that's him right there in old age.
Compaoré had been in power for 27 years, and he was widely seen as a puppet of France. Now the country is under Ibrahim Traoré, who is planning to oust France from the country. 12. Togo. In the realm of Togo's post-colonial journey, France's influence has woven a complex tapestry, evoking discussions on sovereignty, economic vitality, and political autonomy. The shadows of history, while highlighting Togo's independence, have left questions about the extent of its ability to navigate its own path. France has been accused of interfering in the Togolese elections on several occasions. In 1991...
So do you guys see? So France pretty much owns these countries. So if you are speaking a different language, if you are not saying you are going to, support these deals that France have signed to keep these countries in bondage, then they take you out. So people, you must know, like, these countries are literally, still colonized. They are literally under slavery. France is openly stealing from these countries. We like to sit here, people are focused on reading about 1804, 1884, 1901. It's happening right now. It's never changed. The exploitation continues. It's even worse now because, they are like, hey, we got these people to sign this, but let's be real. I mean, can anybody that is sane, why would you sign over your economy to somebody else? Let's just be real. Why would you sign to allow someone that you wanted to kick out of your country to have their military, in that country? Are we even sure that the Africans even signed this? Who are the leaders that signed this. Let's look at their background. Did they even win elections? These are the questions people should be asking.
For example, France was accused of supporting a coup d'etat that overthrew the democratically elected government of Togo. This interference has undermined Togo's democracy and has made it difficult for the country to develop its own political institutions. 11. Senegal. France has been accused of interfering in the Senegalese elections on several occasions. In 2012, for example, France was accused of supporting Macky Sall, who won the election by a narrow margin. Sall is seen as a close ally of France, and he has continued to implement many of the policies that were put in place by his predecessor, Abdoulaye Wade. Senegal has significant oil and fish reserves, and these resources have been used to benefit France rather than Senegal. For example, France has a monopoly on the sale of fishing rights in Senegal.
Did you guys hear this? So those of my Gambian people that are watching, the reason why you see Senegalese people flocking into Gambian waters and stealing the Gambian fish, this is why. Because the fish in Senegal doesn't even belong to Senegal. Senegal, the oil reserve. Did you guys know that Senegal had oil? You see, you didn't even know. You didn't even know that Senegal had oil, but they do. All that coast, there is oil there. But let's continue.
Senegalese waters. This monopoly has allowed French fishing companies to exploit Senegal's fish stocks, while Senegalese fishermen have been marginalized. 10. Niger. France's military presence in Niger has been linked to instability in the region. This has made it difficult for Niger to develop and has contributed to the rise of armed groups. One of the most controversial aspects of this Niger-France relationship is the exploitation of Niger's natural resources, such as uranium and gold. France has a monopoly on the mining of uranium in Niger, and it also has a significant presence in the gold mining industry. This has allowed France to exploit Niger's natural resources for its own benefit, while Nigerians have not benefited from this exploitation. For example, France has not paid Niger any royalties for the uranium that it has mined in the country. This has cost Niger billions of dollars in lost revenue. In addition, the mining of uranium has had a number of negative environmental impacts on Niger, including water pollution and the displacement of communities. But recently, Niger...
So guys, so clearly, as you can see, France doesn't see, Niger and these countries as anything. Okay? They just see it as their property. So even the uranium that they are mining there, so you look at Niger. Niger is losing billions of dollars. They're losing billions. So people are just saying it nicely. Niger, France is stealing billions of dollars from these countries. So if you look at Niger, you ask the question, why are they so poor? So most of the time, you just look at the guy they put in the front. He is the puppet. They just, furnish his allowance and he is good. But in the meantime, these countries are begging France, but France is the one stealing from them. They are destroying their environment, stealing from them. So the reality is France is willing to destroy this country for their own interests. They are willing to do so. So here we go.
Has risen against France, deposed the leader they believed was put in place by France, so they could use him as a puppet and the military took over. Not only that, they also banned the export of uranium to France. 9. Mali. In recent years, there has been growing anger in Mali about the detrimental agreements that France has signed with the country. In 2020, there were protests against the French government and French companies operating in Mali. These protests were met with a violent crackdown by the Malian government. Under the terms of the CFA-Franc agreement, Mali is also required to pay a colonial tax to France. France uses this tax to finance its own budget, and it is not available for investment in Mali. This tax has further hampered Mali's economic development. Mali's military government has also asked France to leave the country, and they are asking Russia to help them do that. 8. Cameroon. France's historical relationship with Cameroon has been marked by exploitation and unequal terms, even after Cameroon gained...
So you guys thought France was only exploiting in West Africa? Cameroon Cameroon is still under colonialism. In fact, Cameroon is one of their biggest economy that they exploit. Here, you know, even the human resource. Look at the Cameroon, even the French team. So France owns Cameroon and the people of Cameroon, because they get to pick their best players when they need be. In fact, not only will France pick enough, they would even supply, you know, Switzerland and other countries with some of their, you know, colonial subjects. So this man, Paul Biya here, he is the gatekeeper in Cameroon.
Independence. France has profited from Cameroon's valuable natural resources, including oil, minerals, and timber, often at the expense of fair compensation and development opportunities for the Cameroonian people. The use of the CFA franc currency, controlled by the French treasury, has maintained economic ties that limit Cameroon's monetary autonomy. Additionally, trade imbalances have skewed in favor of France, exacerbating Cameroon's challenges in achieving self-sustaining growth. Political
Do you guys see this? So you guys remember how people like to focus on China, saying, oh, China owns these ports and stuff. No, Cameroon's port belonged to, guess who? France. You heard it here. So it's like, because if they're the ones that control all the concessions, you guys think, oh, it's the Chinese that are trying to own, you know, or like the Chinese came up with this idea, they want to own these ports and stuff. No, they got this idea from the French. You guys thought I was just saying this. No, the ports, everything in Cameroon belongs to the French. Even their ports belong to the French. The airport, all of it.
Interference from France has further complicated matters, impacting Cameroon's sovereignty and self-governance. Raising awareness about this exploitation is crucial, as it highlights the need for fair, respectful, and mutually beneficial relationships between nations, promoting true development and equality. 7. Ivory Coast. France's historical influence has perpetuated economic dependency, primarily through the continued use of the CFA franc currency. This currency arrangement, controlled by the French treasury, limits Ivory Coast's monetary policy independence, hampering its ability to make crucial economic decisions. Furthermore, France has maintained a strong presence in Ivory Coast's cocoa industry, one of the country's major exports. This presence has often led to imbalanced trade practices, where Ivory Coast doesn't receive fair value for its resources. Additionally, France has had political interference in Ivory Coast's affairs, affecting its internal stability and sovereignty. These exploitative practices underscore the importance of revisiting the terms of the relationship between nations to ensure fairness, self-sufficiency, and sustainable development for countries like Ivory Coast. 6. Chad. France's historical relationship with Chad has been a topic of concern, with allegations of exploitation and negative agreements that have impacted the country's development. One significant area of contention has been the presence of French military forces in Chad. While there have been instances where French military intervention provided stability, critics argue that these interventions, at times, did not prioritize the long-term interests of Chad, but rather served France's strategic goals in the region. Additionally, trade agreements, including those related to natural resources, have raised questions about equitable terms. Concerns have arisen over the exploitation of Chad's resources, particularly oil, and whether these arrangements truly benefit the Chadian people or disproportionately favor French interests. 5. Congo. France's historical actions in Congo include atrocities.
So, guys, you guys always talk about, you know, you guys thought it was only Leopold, you know, that caused atrocities in the Congo. There is two Congos. You have Congo Brazzaville, which is the French owned, and Congo Kinshasa, that's where King Leopold owned. So Brazzaville is the French side. So for those of you who didn't know, so Congo belongs to two white countries. Belgium owns Congo Kinshasa, and the French own Congo Brazzaville.
Atrocities during its colonial period, such as forced labor, brutal suppression of uprisings, and exploitation of resources. The infamous rubber trade in the early 20th century resulted in immense suffering and loss of life among the Congolese people. France's support for dictatorial regimes, both during colonial rule and post-independence, has contributed to political instability and human rights abuses. Additionally, the role of French companies in resource extraction has often been criticized for benefiting France while leaving Congo's population impoverished. These actions have left a painful legacy in Congo, highlighting the need for acknowledgement, reparations, and respectful international relationships. 4. Central Africa Republic. The legacy of French colonial rule left the Central African Republic vulnerable to economic dependency, with the CFA franc controlled by the French treasury, limiting monetary autonomy. French companies' involvement in resource extraction has often benefited France more than the Central African Republic, perpetuating imbalanced trade practices. Additionally, France's political influence in the region has at times affected the country's sovereignty and self-governance. This exploitative history underscores the importance of reevaluating the terms of engagement between nations and fostering equitable relationships that prioritize the well-being and self-determination of countries like the Central African Republic. 2. Guinea-Bissau. During the colonial era, Guinea-Bissau was under Portuguese rule.
Guys, this is the most interesting one. This is the most interesting one. DG, thank you for the super chat. He said, do not forget Djibouti, it is owned by France too. Yes, Djibouti also is owned by France in the east. So Guinea-Bissau was a Portuguese colony. It was a Portuguese colony. So now, you know, they fought. You guys remember I did a video on that. They fought, right? They fought a war against the Portuguese, freed themselves. But now Guinea-Bissau is owned by France. It's owned by France. Somehow, France went and did a backdoor deal. They signed documents. Now they own Guinea-Bissau. Guinea-Bissau is a French colony. They paid money to own Guinea-Bissau. Zongo said, Afridamus, why are you sympathetic to African victimhood over their former colonial masters? African leaders are bad businessmen too. What do you mean sympathetic? I'm just laying it out. I want Africans to see like it is, you know, because, you know, I don't want to come here and try to sensationalize it, because you see many Africans ask questions that, you know, that need answers. Africans are trying to find out why is the country so poor? What is going on? Why do we have all these natural resources and we are poor? So that's because there is not a mutual equal trade happening here. That's because, you know, one side is getting the natural mineral resources for pretty much free. They make money, they come back and try to give it to you in the form of loans, your own money, or give it to you and say it's charity aid. So it's best to know what deals were signed.
But France's involvement in the region's broader geopolitical landscape left an impact. Despite Guinea-Bissau's independence, there have been challenges related to political instability, economic struggles, and social development. There's a need to examine France's indirect influence, including through international organizations and regional politics, on Guinea-Bissau's stability and governance. Moreover, the exploitation of resources and the potential impact on local communities and the environment need careful consideration. While direct atrocities linked to France may be less prominent in Guinea-Bissau, the negative aspects often relate to broader issues such as governance, development, and sustainable resource management. 1. Gabon.
Exactly. Guys, let me ask you an honest question here. Do you guys think, you know, like, I mean, because, you know, the French, have you noticed like how different the French are? Do you guys think the French are using witchcraft on Africans? I mean, because this is not normal. I mean, literally, these people, they are openly, it's like vampires. They are sucking Africans dry. I mean, like, I can understand if it was a trade, but you guys realize this is not a trade, right? Like, I understand some people might say, oh, okay, the African leaders are not smart or whatever. No, this is not even a trade here, people. I think the French, these people are using witchcraft. These people are using witchcraft. These French people are not normal. If you know the French, they go read their history. Even today, They are into some really dark, weird, spiritual things. No, I'm seriously. Maybe when the callers come up here, you can help out. Do you think these people are using witchcraft, or maybe the Africans are just still asleep? I don't know which one it is, but I'm beginning to think the French, these people are using witchcraft over Africans. Here we go.
One significant area of contention has been the historical support provided by France to certain Gabonese leaders, which has at times been perceived as favoring French interests over democratic principles. Gabon is rich in natural resources, including oil, and questions have arisen about the equitable distribution of the benefits from these resources. The presence of French companies in the oil sector and other industries has raised concerns about transparency, environmental impacts, and whether Gabon truly benefits from these partnerships. Furthermore, some critics have raised issues regarding the transparency of financial transactions and how they may have impacted Gabon's economy. It's crucial to ensure that financial agreements are not detrimental to the long-term growth and stability of Gabon. In wrapping up, this video has opened our eyes to the complex and often challenging interactions between France and several African countries like Cameroon, Ivory Coast, Togo, the Central African Republic, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, and Gabon. It's like peeking into the past and present struggles faced by these nations, revealing concerns about exploitation, questionable agreements, and the profound impact on their sense of sovereignty, growth, and overall well-being. The shadows of colonial history still loom large, influencing these countries in various ways even after they won their independence. The agreements discussed, such as the CFA franc, military cooperation, and resource deals, have raised eyebrows about fairness, transparency, and how much they genuinely help the local people. While we understand that France's interactions with these countries involve a wide spectrum of diplomacy, economic partnerships, and shared histories, the core principle remains. These relationships must first and foremost consider the interests of the African nations. Fair, respectful, and mutually beneficial interactions should be the foundation. The stories we've heard today emphasize the need for transparent trade practices, sustainable resource management, democratic support, and the protection of human rights. France and other global players have an essential role in addressing the issues highlighted here, ensuring that these countries can chart their paths toward genuine development, sovereignty, and self-determination. Moreover, let's not underestimate the power of public awareness and discussion. The more people know about these matters,
So you guys see that, right? So even Equatorial Guinea used to be former Spanish colony. So I noticed all these other countries, Portugal, Spain and others that used to have colonies, now they transferred it to France. So I don't understand what's going on. I don't know if France is trying to acquire Nigeria too from the British. I don't know if that's what is going on here, but we shall see. Let me see here. DG said they are using white blonde women for our leaders. You know what? Yeah, it might be though. Yeah, because those white blonde women, Ali Bongo has one of them, the president of Gabon. That's interesting. Yes, even in Guinea Conakry, their military guy there, he has a French blonde woman. So even though with the coup, he said he removed the other guy. I mean, is he safe with the snow bunny? Is he safe with the snow bunny? That's the question. I have Rasmois in the house. Rasmois.
Yes, Affidavits, you forgot to mention Alassane Ouattara. He got himself like a blondie too.
Oh yeah. Rasmois, what you are seeing, you're from Haiti.
Yes, sir.
You're seeing is the
I know
same
the French
people.
people. Listen, Affidavits. What the French are doing in Africa is exactly the same thing they did in Haiti. So a lot of people in Haiti, because I talk to a lot of my people back home in Haiti, they are telling me they are proud of what the Nigerians are doing. They are in 100% support of the Nigerian. Because I've seen a lot of people saying that, oh, how can they beat the French? Like the French, they got all these weapons, they got all this aircraft, all these missiles. They're gonna get themselves slaughtered. But guess what? That's what the enslaved African did in Haiti in 1804.
Right.
They didn't have all the weapons. They didn't have all the boats. They didn't have nothing.
But Rasmus, think
And
about,
they
for instance,
they were able to defeat the French. So what the Nigerians are doing, we are very proud of what our people in Niger are doing. 100%.
so, but what do you think about all the French? Because pretty much the French own all these territories I've
Yes.
mentioned here.
Yes,
For
they do.
example, because some people like to come out, they try to seek for what is quote unquote fairness. They don't understand that they are in a game here. For example, in Cameroon, you have Paul Biya, who's been in charge for 40 years. He is, the French love him. They pretty much they gave him everything. So
Let me tell you something about the French. Sorry for interrupting you. Listen, if the French love your leader, that means the local population hate that leader.
yes.
Yes. That's
For
how it
example,
is.
right? What do you think about ECOWAS and the President Ruto? Because here's what ECOWAS did that is so crazy, right? So
Right.
clearly, right, what I've shown here. So if you supposed to be, in charge of the country, you're pushing the interests of the country, right? Why would you stand with, let's say, France, who is exploiting the people? So now Bazoum, the military, they have charged him with high treason. Let me show you to prove to you that ECOWAS has to be working for the French. ECOWAS, mind you, this is supposed to be a sovereign country. ECOWAS jumped in. They said they condemn these people charging him for a crime. They see it as a crime. Here we go.
Complicated for Niger's deposed President Mohamed Bazoum. 3 weeks after the coup, his former guards want to charge him with treason after sacking him.
Le gouvernement nigérien a réuni à ce jour.
The government of Niger has to date gathered the necessary evidence to prosecute before the competent national and international authorities the ousted president and his local and foreign accomplices for high treason and undermining the internal and external security of Niger following his exchanges with the nationals of foreign heads of state and heads of international organizations.
Political commentators say while the charges against Bazoum are weighty, there could also be a power struggle playing out.
They are trying to see how they can silence Bazoum as a president and then possibly end his own life. Because once he's convicted, it means he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison. And he will no longer be relevant politically in Niger. The problem is that chances are there for a civil war to erupt in Niger.
The charges come hours after an attack on a military base in the Tillabéri region, north of the capital, Niamey, that killed 7 soldiers. It's the 4th such attack since the military took power last month. The coup leaders cite the lack of security as one of the main reasons they overthrew the democratically elected president. But with these attacks on the rise, people are beginning to question the motives of the coup. On Sunday, senior religious figures from Nigeria met Niger's coup leaders who stated a willingness to negotiate with the regional bloc ECOWAS. In neighboring Nigeria, concerns are mounting about the events in Niger as refugees begin to cross its border, fearing an escalation.
Tension is building across the border. While many people in Niger are concerned about possible military intervention, many Nigerians are worried about the aftermath. Locals here say centuries of cross-border trade and relationships will be in jeopardy as long as Niger's military remain defiant.
We have started receiving influx of people from Niger, but in a pocket. Some of them have started seeking for refuge here.
And it's not only Nigeria that's watching with concern. Politicians and analysts on the continent are worried about the speed at which these coups are happening, especially in West Africa. Ahmed Idris.
So, did you guys see that? Rasmus.
Yes, sir.
So
I've seen it.
So Rasmus, you're seeing it, for example, in Haiti. In Haiti, when they toppled the French, some were hanged, because some of the mulattoes that supported the French were charged with treason, the same thing, right?
Yeah, of course, and that's the reason why you see a lot of them like they migrated to Louisiana. That's why we have the Louisiana Creole, because a lot of these mulattoes that were in the colony of Saint Domingue, which is now Haiti, a lot of them like they went to Louisiana. They call themselves Louisiana Creole now. So a lot of them they came from Haiti when the French were in control. That's what the French do. Like the French will always put like a mixed people in charge of you. So I'm kind of glad, you know, like the Nigerian military they decided to get rid of this guy. I'm surprised they didn't kill him yet. So that's a big shock to me.
Well, maybe they, you know, they want to bring the charges so people can see what is happening. But do you, if you, why do they have Kenyan troops, Kenyan police in Haiti?
But see, it's all the West. Like, you know, USA, France, and Canada, they want country like Kenya, Jamaica, and the Bahamas to do their dirty deeds. So they don't want to do that. So they said like, listen, they will financially support, you know, these three countries that, you know, like they look like Haitians, you know, like if you have all these three black countries that look like Haitians, they want these three countries to go to Haiti and kill innocent people. You saying that?
Oh, okay. You know, if you notice in this 21st century, you know, the focus is black people again around like it's like black people to take out other black people. You know, it's like they're once again onto that. But Anthony is here standing up for his mulatto people. He said, "Don't blame the mulattoes now. Always
I'm not worried about this guy. I mean, it means nothing to me, to be honest.
He said it's the African man that can't keep himself from that blonde woman."
That's not true at all, because back in the day, it was the white men that were doing the raping. So the mulattoes, like they came from the white men raping the enslaved African women. So it's nowadays you can say it's the black man that's having sex with white women and then you know, having mulatto offspring. But back in the days, in the late 1800s, it was the other way around. So I don't know where this guy is coming from with black men can't keep their penis. Yeah.
Let me ask Nat Turner, welcome to the Afridamus Report.
Thank you.
Nat Turner, are you surprised by the way, you know, these countries, the reason why they are so poor? Did you ever, you know, find out that France might be stealing from these people? Did that ever cross your mind?
You got to understand that if you poor and uneducated, even in personal, if you poor and uneducated, you will be exploited no matter where you are in the world, who you are.
But now they are using military force, and the thing is, the people they have in charge, these are not for the country. These are Negroes eating high off the hog. And do you think these Negroes are willing to give up, to side with the Africans? You know, and that would mean they would have to live like Africans again. Do you think they would give up the trinkets?
Well, let me tell you, they're not able to do right by the people. Let me explain why.
Why?
Because they need food, they need assistance, they need medical from these first world countries. I can understand what you're saying. You want to be independent and all that, but y'all don't have the skills. The ones that do have the skills, they leave Africa. So y'all in a position, do y'all want to live in the caveman days? Because what happened, all y'all.
But they're already living.
Can I interject real quick, brother?
Haiti, by the way, is not a success. A quick note. They're the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere by far. And
but why are they poor?
They're poor because they got the international community against them. The only way you can get rich in this world is you have the big shots for you.
Afridamus, Nat Turner does not know what he's talking about.
Nat Turner, Hold on. Not on he wanted to interject. Can you let him respond?
Yeah,
Go ahead,
yeah,
Rasmois.
Listen, Afridamus, Nat Turner has never lived in a black majority country. So he lives in a white man's country, so he has his own opinion. But brother, to be honest, you don't know what you're talking about. These people go to this country and exploit the people. They exploit the resources and they take it as their own. And you benefit from that. So
I don't benefit from that.
Yes, you do.
You live in America, you benefit from it, man.
And let me tell you, you got it wrong. What I benefit from. What I benefit from is this being a first world country. This is the first world country able to offer services that those poor African countries and poor countries can't.
Let me ask you.
So how do you think they become a first world country? They exploit these other countries.
Yes, not
exploit because y'all can only you selling you're not getting a good deal.
Wait,
but
not Turner. Wait, not Turner. Hold on, not Turner.
You don't have medical firms.
Hold on, not Turner. Not Turner. Not Turner. Let me say this. Not Turner. So I played this short little documentary to show what is going. So are you telling me you consider that to be a deal or theft? What would you call that?
Listen, this is the deal.
You don't think France is stealing from?
Let me tell you how the world works. It's not a fairy tale or more moralistic thing. The strong always take over.
So but you are benefiting from that. Huh? So you don't think that is theft?
No, why? This is why. It's horrible. It's horrible. But there are contracts that are signed. If I can get a deal where you can work for me for 20 hours, $1, I'll take it.
But not Turner, that's not even not Turner, but that is not a deal. So are you saying, okay, the Africans that are rising up and they kill them, the French are justified doing that? Because
what they're doing, they got people, as soon as they get in position, they ain't used to money. So that's all you got to do is a couple of million in their face and they'll sell the whole damn country up to you. They're not used to money. These so-called leaders.
So no, but what I'm asking you. Hold on, not Turner. Not Turner. What I'm asking you is, not Turner.
Yes.
You've seen me play. Okay, like for these countries, how they are being exploited. So you're not calling that exploitation? Is that because you're calling it a deal? But this is not a deal.
Listen,
it's not a deal because the people does not benefit from it.
Yeah,
it's a horrible deal. Let me say this.
They're not benefiting at all.
It's a horrible deal. But people sell you out and make those deals. They got paperwork for that stuff. Some people sound they don't care. They worry about their family. They say the hell with the rest of y'all. That's the leaders say that. Now this coup right here, they already had a tribal rebel thing where 13 soldiers got killed, I believe it was yesterday, and 40.
The French, you don't think the French are the ones pushing for that, not Turner?
No, because let me tell you something about Africa. And they're not the only one. They are extremely tribal.
Okay, so not Turner, hold on, not Turner. So you want to tell me, the tribalism did not come into play until now all of a sudden they kicked out the French too, and now France wants to destabilize the place. All of a sudden, you mean to tell me they all of a sudden became tribal? Is that what you're telling us? They were not fighting until now. France
they were fighting before, but
no, not Turner.
Free for all. Against free for all now. They don't want this other tribe to get more than what they get.
No, it's not
yesterday. They were killing each other. They killed 13 soldiers and 40 of the rebels got killed already. And it's going to get worse because
it is not tribal. That's what I'm trying to tell you here. Have you heard of Libya?
Yeah.
Did you know what happened in Libya? What do you know?
I know what happened. He tried to do something dangerous.
Okay,
Kennedy
so
got killed for the same thing.
So
Kennedy in the United States got killed for the same thing.
Okay,
trying to turn that dollar and then back it with gold. That's why Kennedy got killed.
Okay,
but I'm saying though, when you try to do that, that's why Gaddafi got killed.
You got all the tribe in Niger that are supporting the military coup. The Hausa, the Songhai, the Zarma, all these tribes in Niger, they support the coup. So where is that tribalism coming from now, Tony?
Listen, like I said,
all the ethnic group in Niger, they support the coup. They support the military coup. Even the Tuareg people that live in the desert, they support the coup.
Watch what I say. Because there's going to be less resources. That means the ones that are leaders going to give it to their tribes. It's going to be
not true at all. Not true at all, not talking about, bro.
Guys, hold on.
It's hard to stabilize the country. That's the hard part.
Okay, so Natona, you don't think I can see that you are refusing, you are not accepting that the French are stealing. You're calling it a deal, but
can you give him the stinky leg?
It's a bad deal. But it's just
right. Well, Natona, I gotta give you, they requested the stanky leg for you, so I gotta give it to you.
They always angry.
For Nat Turner, he got one stanky leg. That's right. DG said, Afrikaners, with respect, you don't need to talk with those Indians. Let us come back. What matters? He's calling Nat Turner an Indian. Thank you for the super chat. We have St. James in here. St. James, welcome to the Afrikaners Report.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me tonight, man. How you been, man?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Yes, I'm chilling, man. I was hoping that these Indians give us some solutions, man. What's going on with my Indian brothers, man?
Well, do you hear? So Nat Turner doesn't believe that, what I've presented so far. He doesn't see it as exploitation. He's just saying, hey, the French territories should have been smarter. They should have known how to negotiate. And St. James, you're from Burkina Faso. You were right there. Can you, and Nat Turner is saying that it's tribal, he's calling tribalism. Can you address some of the things that Nat Turner is saying? Is this true?
Okay, I'm going to try to answer the best I can, but I'm happy that you provided those videos.
Yes.
And as you can see, these agreements were signed in the 60s and 70s,
right.
Correct?
Right.
We were not even born.
Right.
My question to Nat Turner, if we were not even born, this generation here, and how do we go by enforcing this agreement that didn't even benefit those countries? How do we go by? I would like for you to answer when I'm done. So this is what this generation has done. As soon as we found out these agreements were signed between our forefathers in the 60s, and we decided to negotiate new terms. You can see what happened in this African continent. You can see all these guys that stood up, who tried to negotiate peacefully. What happened to them? So I want Nat Turner to tell me, on all these people who are listening, I want you guys to give this country that you just mentioned advice. How do we go by doing our business the right way, finding the right partners? And I want you guys to tell me, if you have one country telling you, you cannot do this, you cannot do that, you are controlled, you can't even seek elsewhere to do business unless we say so. If you have been under that for 40 years or whatever the time may be, how do we go by it? Because since you guys want to chime in, I would like to hear from you guys, because whatever that we do, any step that these countries take, nobody's happy about it. We try to do it the right way, the peaceful way, it doesn't work. We try to get ECOWAS, any African Union to talk about it, it doesn't work. You try to do it individually, nobody's going to support you. So I just want to know, what do we do? Because these agreements were signed in the 60s, right after independence. This is the pact of continuation that nobody knew about. This agreement were not even signed in the parliament. You understand that? It wasn't even signed in parliament. There was no congressman raising his hand like, yes, we want this. This was signed by French and the president at the time. You understand? The people of those countries never knew about this agreement. So you guys are getting mad about the people that live in here, like they should have stood up, they should have fought. Fight for what? As soon as we find out, we try to push away from those things and nobody would back us up. What's going on? What's up with Africans though? Are you not signed in the late 80s? We're not signed in the 90s? Well, I'm sorry?
St. James, are you surprised by ECOWAS? You know, the AU condemned any ECOWAS intervention. And, you know, Kenyan president, he supports ECOWAS even today. He supports ECOWAS intervention in the area. What would you say about, you know, like, you know, and you got Nigerian leader, and a couple of days ago, they were in Ghana, you know, cooking up to, you know, to come and intervene. You know, Ouattara, you know, he's also planning on coming in. You know, he's providing troops. So, you know, what's your thought on that?
My thought on this guy from East Africa, that Ruto boy, man. Listen, it's not I mean, if Kenyans are proud of that, that's fine with them. I just don't want these East Africans to chime in on things they don't understand, because they're too Western to understand our issues. This is my belief. You know, listening to Ruto, he doesn't understand anything. You understand? So ECOWAS, right? Afadamus, ECOWAS. We've been talking about ECOWAS for so long, and we knew the ECOWAS is just a tool for the French. But at first they tried to lie to us. Oh, these Francophone countries, they don't know how to handle their business. We don't trust them. Here we're trying to create the ECO. No, they control Nigeria, they control Ghana. They were just trying to make us the poster child of the French. And you can see it. It's bigger than that. Mm-hmm. And no one wants to address the elephant in the room. Sankara has done it. Listen, Sankara has done it. I'm sorry.
Y'all get benefits from the first world. Y'all get benefits.
So St. James. Hold on, Nat Turner.
Go ahead, man.
Hold on. St. James. Hold on, Nat Turner. Okay. St. James. Nat Turner believes that, you know, you guys are, you know, getting pretty much welfare from the French, like you're benefiting. You know, he said you guys are receiving, you know, benefit from the French. You know, that's what he's trying to say.
Can you mention what we're getting? Like what? I want him to mention a couple of things, like what we're getting from them.
Not Tona, what are they getting?
They go to France, and they get to live there, like you said, get the welfare check. They get to go to America, get the welfare check.
Have you seen African living in Paris? No, I got the point. Have you seen African living in Paris?
Y'all get a lot of benefits. We got medical
going to live in Paris.
St. James, my brother.
Red Cross.
Do not address Nat Turner. Nat Turner has never lived in a black majority country, so he doesn't understand where he's coming from. He doesn't understand none of that. So he lives in a white man's land. So of course he's gonna be in agreement with the white man, of course. So it's gonna be.
So that's a benefit for us going to Paris. It's a benefit. You know, you do know we have to travel, right? You have to pay for the ticket.
That's an upgrade.
I'm sorry.
That's an upgrade. You kidding me? Y'all happy as hell when y'all get.
But not Turner. Not Turner. White people also. The French come to Africa. They live there. They're getting paid. Like, what are you talking about?
Not Turner. Alfred Damas. Let me tell you something. Let me tell him something. Not Turner. There are Africans that live in my country, right?
What country?
The lifestyle they can afford here in Africa, they can't even afford. Can let me finish. Can the
Yeah, what
lifestyle they
makes you
can
think?
afford here?
I'm trying to.
I'm sorry.
Let him finish, please.
Okay.
The
I don't know
lifestyle
what
they
makes
can
you think.
afford
I'm
here.
honest.
The lifestyle they can afford here in those African countries, they cannot even do that over there. Based on their own.
Hold on, St. James. So, hold on. Somebody, DG, you are asking how much to drop Nat Turner. If you drop a 20 on the super chat, I would drop Nat Turner by all means. Thank you. $20, Nat Turner will be gone.
Wow.
I practice capitalisms.
I'm singing too much, huh?
Personal opinion.
I'm like a
No,
hornet.
not Turner. You gotta come up with solutions, man.
I'm thinking
Don't
of
like this is not a joke, man. It's serious. It's serious business. You know, just come with solutions. I just want to listen to your solutions. I just laid out there for you
All right,
because
you wanna hear
America
it?
has been that way. You guys
want to hear it?
You guys say you fought for whatever you believed in. You know, I just want those solutions.
Okay,
And that's
I'm
in
gonna
line
tell
of.
you, if you let me.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The first thing Africa got to do is stop them tribal conflicts. That makes it bad for business. That makes
What tribal conflict are you
and when
referring
the
to?
people do business, they bring that up.
Listen, not
They
Turner,
bring
not Turner.
that up.
Let's make this specific,
The
right?
insurance companies.
Listen to me. Listen to me. You guys are the one making people fight in Africa. You know that, right? You not being from Africa, you guys are talking about tribes and religions in Africa. No. You guys are helping a certain group of people make our brothers and sisters fight on the continent. You gotta be careful about talking about tribes. No. Listen. This is something. Not Turner. Be careful. Be careful about that. You know, understand?
We put clothes and food.
Hold on, guys. Let's bring in Zongo. Hold on, Nat Turner. Nat Turner, allow Zongo, welcome to the show. Zongo, speak up.
I was gonna say like St. James asked for his opinion. He should have allowed like Nat Turner to land before he interjected. That's all I wanted to say. But I'll wait for my turn.
Go ahead, Zongo. So Zongo, what is your take? Are these, ECOWAS leaders, are they puppets? It's William Ruto a puppet? Are they backing French interests? And also, you've seen the little documentary I've shown here. Would you consider what the French are fighting for to maintain in these countries? Would you consider it a deal or exploitation? Go ahead.
Well, I mean, Afidamas, can you guys hear me clearly? First of all, greetings to you, your panelists in the chat. First of all, like it's all fair when it comes to the art of trading, right? I mean, you can't fault the one who has like superior knowledge and technology for taking advantage.
But it's not trade though. You do realize. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to.
I mean, because St. James was citing earlier that agreement that was signed, years back, has to be renegotiated, right? So there was some kind of transaction that took place at that particular time, right? So the one with the superior knowledge and technology is the one that is taking advantage of, the one without the superior knowledge, right? So you don't. For France' interest, I mean, it's benefiting them, right? So I think the point has to come down to those Nigerians. Are they taking business deals that is in their own interest? I mean, I think that's the point that we are evading. We are blaming external like powers as having overwhelming influence over their own country. Do they have the technology? Do they know how to even um, use their own resources to better their own people? I mean,
Okay, so Zongo, if they are revolting against this deal, that is not because you said it's a deal, right? If they are revolting against it, should ECOWAS bring in a military force to help, to fight against the people that are trying to change those deals to benefit their people?
No, I don't think so. I think what ECOWAS is doing is that they are using the military coup as a pretext to invade. I think ECOWAS, I mean the individual countries are also like defending their own interests. I think it's all about interest, Afrodamus. You remember like earlier when you were talking about unity, what are we united on? That's
Right.
the thing, right? Because everybody's fighting for their own interests. I'm sure Nigeria and Ghana have their own selfish interests with their own, former colonial masters, right? I think it has to be about interest. Nigeria is supplying gas to the whole of Europe. I mean, it's a lot of money to them.
Okay, Zongo, let's say like MKT said here, it's a contracts signed during that time. He's saying the Negroes that signed that were house Negroes. So he's saying, revolt is necessary. Let's say like Paul Biya in Cameroon. I mean, you've heard it. Cameroon is pretty much not independent. The French own the ports. They own everything there. So for instance, do you think like Cameroonians they should be wrong in revolting against a deal signed if they see that okay, Paul Biya is just the house Negro that is siding with Massa, and they're like, look, we didn't agree to this. Do you think they should revolt?
I think they have every right to revolt, to fight for their own interests. They have every right to do that, right? But but a lot of times people just they just support certain things out of emotions, right? The bottom line is a lot of these countries to go to, like, the Western countries, to look for the ones with the expertise, with the technology to help them to extract the resources. And that's the reality. Even in Ghana, you heard the Ghanaian president speaking to the French president some years back in a very tough way, right? But at the same time, you saw his ministers from the Petroleum Commission going to UK and America, inviting investments in the oil and gas industry. I mean, come on, you get what I'm saying? Like, they act different, but a lot of the time they still go. They need the technologies in order to extract these resources. So I think that's the bottom line. Like, are they really interested in really looking for a foreign investment that will really
Okay,
fight their own
Zongo, I get that, but Zongo should, because as you can see, ECOWAS intervention, because even AU is distancing themselves from ECOWAS. They don't support invasion in Niger.
Yeah.
So the situation in Niger is different. They went to your country, Accra. They planned. They said, we are gonna go invade this place. So now we know. So do you think it should be Africans' job to fight, invade countries that are trying to free themselves from this type of deals? Or because now they are looking like the fighting force for the French.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. I mean, because you understand, these leaders in those countries like Nigeria, Ghana, most of them they were voted democratically. So obviously, you have to understand, like, even the current government in Ghana, they are completely against military rule. You understand? Like, they are completely against it because military rule wouldn't even bring them to power. So by any way possible, they're gonna espouse for democratic ways of coming to
Right,
government.
I understand that.
They're gonna espouse for that. I mean, but a lot of them are not. Probably, I don't know who's giving them like the intelligence. Are they kind of looking at deep that maybe it's the will of the people?
But Zongo, with military intervention, even Ghana is
That
not
is
safe. Ghana is not safe. No,
that is not a
pretty much
solution.
most of West Africa is gonna become unstable.
Afidavits, that's not a solution. Actually, military intervention is not even the way. They have to try other options, including like
But Lasala,
diplomatic.
what like Ouattara, Macky Sall, especially Ouattara, he's hell bent. He wants the military intervention, right? He wants to talk about democracy, but how did he come to power?
I mean, Afidavits, if that is the case, then there must be, like, I mean, Western influence telling them, hey, if you guys go, we're gonna supply you with the weapons. It's easy. We can just,
Well, they are already saying that.
Yeah, I think if they are acting that way, because I don't think, I mean, Ghana, what is the number of their military? Like, in Nigeria, they could even defeat Boko Haram. They want to go to like Niger to defeat a whole military in the Sahel region. It just doesn't make sense. They probably are getting information elsewhere that if you go, we're gonna back you like
Of course, the
wholeheartedly.
France is, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, you hitting the right. Zago, listen. based on our history in West Africa, right? White folks, right? They know which country to pick to do those things. You know, it's not by you seeing what's going on in your country like 2 days ago. I just want you to understand something about your country. You will be always picked to do this kind of work between us. Let's be honest, you know, and this is something that people in your country, you guys have to really have a conversation if you want to be those kind of country in West Africa that people can manipulate to destroy other country. This is not about Niger. This is about something that has a pattern. And I just want to talk about those patterns that everybody pretend that they don't see in Africa.
Yeah, but
If Nigeria, let me finish. If Nigeria, if this was not Nigeria turn, let's say even if this was Senegal or Ivory Coast, Francophone country, and Nigeria says, we're not going to follow you, we'll respect what you guys will decide, we will give you whatever you need to attack Niger. Do you think any Francophone country will attack Niger? Do you think? So you guys Anglophone Africans, you should ask yourself that. Do you think Ivory Coast by itself can say, okay, I'm going to lead this fight against Nigeria? Do you think they can do that? Do you think Senegal itself can say, okay, we're going to lead this?
No, it is a collective.
Do you think
effort,
so?
right? No, it's not possible. It's always a collective effort. So they don't want to use their country's name to fight. I mean, people want to use the name of ECOWAS to do the invasion. I think and the thing
Let's
is,
bring in Zulia.
I wanted to make another point. See,
Yeah,
a lot
go
of people,
ahead.
like you say,
Oh,
like
brother, please.
St. James was saying like Ghana, like like the current government in Ghana, like they have always been pro-West since inception. When Nkrumah was
This
going
is
to fight,
true. You're right about that.
when Nkrumah was going to fight for independence, Buzia, their leader of this current party in power, they went to the Queen and said they weren't ready for freedom. So they've always been pro-West, regardless. The Ashantis, they are pro-West. So I mean, you can't rely on them, for alternative like ideologies like Pan-Africanism.
Hold on. DG, thank you for the super chat. DG said, Zongo, it is ECOWAS army on the ground, France in the sky, like Libya. Remember that the result is another failed African state. This is true. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, so if France comes in the sky, that would mean they would have to go against 3 different countries, and they would want to use their Africans to go toe to toe with other Africans, who have zero interest in this fight.
The reason why I was saying that Niger, the current military, they have to tread cautiously. I don't mean the Nigerian people. I mean the military, right?
Right.
Because like 70% of France energy comes from nuclear energy, and obviously, if they're getting free uranium from Niger, I mean that's free resources for them, right? They're gonna fight every tooth and nail just to protect that resource, because the primary energy is the backbone of any functioning society.
Yeah, but that's what France is doing, and
yeah, but y'all don't understand a fact that y'all keep on avoiding. And let me tell you something about war. War costs. You
know nothing about war, man.
Beans
You know
the
nothing.
bullets. Beans the bullets. Cost.
Okay, let's.
I mean, that is the most expensive thing.
Hold on. Let's allow Zulia to. He's been patiently
and Niger,
waiting.
in its crippled state, cannot fight a war.
Okay, let's bring in Zulia. Zulia, what do you think about like Zulia? Do you what do you think about Ruto, ECOWAS? These other ECOWAS countries like the English speakers and the French puppets. What do you think about? Do you think these people, are under duress, meaning they are under pressure by France to go in and fight, or they just want to fight to keep their own positions?
I'll say it straight up, yeah. I'm no West African direct, obviously, but I'll just say this right now. For me, I find it odd that an election was clearly rigged, and the guy who won a rigged election is the guy who's pushing for military intervention harder than anyone else. I find that very strange to start off with.
Isn't it?
It was Tinubu to start off with. And the second thing I find very interesting is that these francophone countries, they all speak French. The majority are Islamic, so you've got the language issue standardized, you've got the religious issue standardized, and you've got the being pimped by the French standardized. They couldn't work together to try and realize that, hey, we're all getting pimped here by the same group of people. Can we not try and purge them? And this is why, again, I have low respect for this region, because how could they not, with the language standardized, with religion mostly standardized, and the fact that they were all getting exploited knowingly by France, not all come together and say, you know what, screw you guys, we're all united, get the hell out of our land. They still couldn't do it. So I find it hard to be sympathetic to these guys, what happened. And to finish off, I do agree that the worst thing that could happen is ECOWAS stepping a foot in Niger. I think that's the worst thing that will happen, not just for the region, the whole of West Africa, but for the world as a whole.
So what do you think? What do you think should happen? Do you think they should just negotiate with France?
Afadamus, if you remember when this was my turn, right? This is what I said, and these people are repeating the same thing. You cannot be. We don't want your sympathy. We never ask for it. I'm just asking for solution. That's all.
I gave you the solution.
What do we do? Because you're talking about we coming together. Okay. So basically, this has failed, right? It didn't work.
But you never did. When did you guys come together? When were you born? West Africa country?
Sir, when were you born? Do you know Sankara?
I'm asking you. You could educate me because I'm a young man. You tell me. I'm not saying they never did it, but I haven't seen it now, so I need to know when did they try.
Do you know a president called Thomas Sankara? He's on YouTube.
Absolutely, with Thomas Sankara. Sankara?
Check his speeches. It's all about uniting and pushing back French from Africa. So he was not. He didn't get anybody to align with him for that. So some of the people in this Francophone African have tried, and they didn't get the backing they were supposed to get. So that didn't work. So for you to say they didn't try,
so that solution is not a failing solution. It's just a solution that didn't work because people didn't agree to it. Even though that may still be the France out, it wasn't that it was tried and failed. It was never tried at all.
What do you mean it never was tried?
Because you're saying to me one person or maybe a few people decided to try.
It was tried because nobody abided by what the guy was saying.
So it was never tried. So it was never tried.
Before you try, you have to get people to agree with you, right? So it's not trying. So are you omitting that? So if you try to get people to align with your ideas and you don't get anybody, you didn't try to get people to convey them. This is where being pimped by those people.
You
try. Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys.
You can't put try on a plate.
Hold on. Kim said, what is St. James's name in this chat? Well, St. James is here. He said, I want to personally address him and tell him hi. To separate Ruto from the ordinary Kenyan, we don't support. He's saying they don't support Ruto, and we don't support our troops going to Haiti. Thank you, Kim, for clearing that.
I have been noticing a lot of East African president talking about issues that West Africans don't even care about. You see, so that means they
do you think they're benefiting economic issues? But do you think it's economic benefits?
Absolutely. You see Ruto dancing. You see Museveni doing his thing, talking about LGBT. Nobody talks about that over here in West Africa. It's not even an issue. This is a 1 second issue for us. No. And that's it. So you see them doing it on videos, and no one has time for that. Ruto understand. Afridamus, there is two coups, right? The coups that we are used to back in the 80s. The brutal coup where the president get killed,
right?
And there are a lot of revolutionary coups that are happening in West Africa. So if you don't want to contrast the two, you will not understand what's going on. You will think a coup is a coup. No, those people don't die.
So, St. James, no coups in Mali. Hold on, Zulia, wait. St. James, do you think because St. James? So, like for example, the reason why even Ruto, I highlighted him. everyone was saying, "Oh man, look at Ruto. He's a Pan-African. He's saying we opening, the doors. People can come in visa free." So that's why I highlighted it. But for him to jump quickly to just condemn what's happening in Niger, he went against the junta, and then after even ECOWAS, gave the threat, they couldn't follow through. Now they came again, AU, is not supporting ECOWAS intervention, but Ruto is supporting it again. And you make a good point, St. James. He's all the way in East Africa. Why is he strong on this? Knowing Kenya's history, because Kenya had to kick white colonizers off of their land physically too. But go ahead.
Yeah, but Afidamos,
That was for St. James. Sorry,
okay.
sorry.
No, after Damas, did you ever see him visit West Africa and vice versa?
No.
Okay, so we're not even in each other's business to even speak on anything that you don't know. I mean, it's like, so even, okay, before it even get worse, you don't talk about it. When it get worse, you want to talk about it. What's the unity? Have you ever, okay, you opening your border, does that mean what? West Africans are coming over there to do what?
Good
do you
question.
know their politics? Do you know 14 countries, like 15 countries under one currency? Do you know what that does for a country? Did they ever address that? Did he ever talk about it? The problem that we have been mentioning, do you see them addressing that? The case that we are making against the French, do you see this president addressing it the right way for you to understand?
That's what I'm surprised by, because I've never heard Ruto, even though people thought he was a Pan-African, he's never talked about the exploitation of the French in these countries.
None of them talks about it, but they're in our business. What's going on?
Yeah, Afidamos,
You don't even understand the issue.
Hold on. Let's allow Zongo.
Getting paid.
Afidamos, you have to understand sometimes, knowledge comes with information. A lot of these, presidents probably they don't have this information about what is going on in this francophone.
But why speak on it? It could, the people's freedom depend on it.
Exactly. I mean, because you have to understand, Ruto came to power to democracy. So by any means, he's going to espouse.
But what is democracy? Can you say, would you say what's happening in Cameroon a democracy? Would you say Ouattara changing the constitution democracy? Would you say, Benin, Togo, those are democracies? Our idea of democracy?
No.
This, or even in Gabon, all these are all French control. Would you call those? And when Blaise Compaoré, was in Burkina Faso for 27 years after killing Thomas Sankara, you want to tell me he was there based in democracy? What the story that they are selling us?
So Afidamos, I'll say one thing, right? See, look at Egypt, right? Egypt, Morsi came to power through democracy, right? But he was ousted from power by Sisi.
But the people revolted because they revolted against Morsi because Morsi came in. He tried to implement laws. This is what they said: Islamic laws that doesn't reflect the majority, and it was threatening the Christian Coptic group, and they are part of the country too. So that would create issues.
The division.
So the people protested against that, and the military, to bring order, they step in. So sometimes it's not always when the military comes in.
It's a myth that you're pressing, though.
Yeah, you see, Sisi brought order. I mean, some people might say Sisi is a tap dancer, but he brought stability.
There's a myth that y'all are pushing. Y'all never address.
I mean, Afidamos, the point I was trying to say is not about like what the point.
Wait, Turner, you get your turn. Let's say DG said Muslim major nations in West Africa are standing against France. Yes, Muslim majority.
The point I'm trying to say is that a lot of the times everybody have to stand for democracy. If someone came,
but what is your idea of democracy, though?
I'm just saying in reference to the current happenings in the African region. So a lot of times they stand for democracy, but when a democratic president was ousted, I mean, the whole world kept muted. So why all of a sudden the case of Niger, everybody just
Good point,
that's the
Zongo.
point. That's the point I'm trying to say,
You
right?
got a good point. You got a good point there.
There
Yeah.
has
But
to be.
Zongo,
There
let me
has
ask
to
you
be.
this, Zongo. How do you know the president of Niger was elected democratically? Maybe he was selected by the French. That's what French people do. They select people. They select a certain individual in a certain country to be leader of that country. How do you know he was not selected by the French?
When you say it's
Zongo,
been
I'm sorry.
select,
Can you repeat that? I just want to.
what do you say, St. James?
Hold
No, I
on,
didn't hear you.
guys, continue talking. I'm just grabbing something. Go
Oh,
ahead.
St. James, what I was saying is that a lot of the times we say we support democracy, like mostly in the case of Egypt was ousted. The only democratically elected president was ousted by a military leader, and the whole world, including the West, kept mute. But all of a sudden, what happened in Niger? A military leader ousted, a civilian rulership. They just against that. You get what I'm saying? Like, but they condone what happened in Egypt, but they're against what is going on in Niger. So
Absolutely.
it clearly makes me to think that there has to be a vested interest within the Niger region, and like I said, the resources, the energy of Niger amounts to greater percentage of the France energy, and they will do anything by all means to protect their interests. It's just common just sense. They wouldn't allow their fierce enemy like Russia to occupy the vacuum over there. It's not going to happen. And also, like I wanted to say, like when you like Rasmus was saying that oh the France handpicked those leaders. I think when you make such statements, you are like
You know what, Zongo? Let me play this to show you, to prove that what Rasmus is saying, he is not making it up. Let me show you here. I have
Yeah.
a video, the hypocrisy, for you to see, that he is not making this up. Let's go here to Adeola from Nigeria. Here we go.
You guys, and it's your girl, Adiola Lake. That's like you guys. I have been glued to my screen since last week. If I'm wondering what will happen about Niger Republic, Nigerian president being the chairman of ECOWAS, and everybody is asking, are we going forward with our next door neighbor? Countries started evacuating their citizens left and right. France evacuated their citizens. Belgium evacuated their citizens. I said, not only did we not evacuate anybody, we share borders with Niger. I'm also gone. Alhamdulillah. I am happy to say that ECOWAS is now rethinking their war threat on Niger. Now they are dialoguing with the military that staged the coup. I said that is what they should have done in the first place, not be so. Only because, not be today, that they've been having coups in different West African countries. Mali had a coup, Burkina Faso had a coup. No offense, but they know how to sort themselves out. My main problem with ECOWAS is that when the people were complaining about their leaders not doing well, some of these leaders overstay in office. So it's as if ECOWAS likes to look away when people are complaining. People will protest. It's up there. You won't say anything there, ECOWAS, but if a coup should happen, you want to vex, you want to show power. It's as if these leaders that make up ECOWAS just want to make sure that a coup doesn't happen in their own country as well. How I feel about the whole thing, because many of them are also not doing well, and they are afraid. Also, my dear ECOWAS, please closer. Do you check yourselves in the mirror at all? Because you have dictators among you. Yes, what is the president of Togo doing there? In that ECOWAS, I don't get it. The guy is doing his fourth term in office. It's not as if the people want him. It is by fire, by force. He's been president now for the past 18 years. The people of Togo have been complaining about him for the 18 years that he's been in office. That was when he took over after his father's death. Remember that his father was also president for what? 38 years. One family has been in control of Togo for more than 50 years. How long have they been protesting in Togo now? ECOWAS. And the man is part of ECOWAS. You did not say anything. And then the people of Senegal have been protesting lately. Is ECOWAS talking to their president? You know what I mean? Because he's also one of them at ECOWAS. In the Gambia, the president that promised to be an interim government, the president that promised that he would step down after a proper election, has refused to honor his own words. Not only did he not step down after that election, he finished that tenure, then he ran for another term. Why can't you guys tell yourself the truth? You cannot tell yourself the truth. You want to be telling Niger the truth. And not to talk about our own president. President Tinubu, as the chairman of ECOWAS, he has to do something. But a lot of Nigerians are saying, people are talking, not me, but they are saying things are hard for regular Nigerians. They are saying, yes, we know that you're the chairman of ECOWAS, but as an elderly somebody, Alhaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu, you were supposed to suggest dialogue, not to.
Ahmed.
All right.
Who the hell's Ahmed?
You guys see that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. I mean,
So Zongo, what Rasmus was saying is on point because it's a lot of hypocrisy happening here. In fact, I'm gonna do a show on this democracy thing. You know, I'm gonna do a show on that. But let me read this real quick. Hold on. Let me read this super chat. DG, thank you for the super chat. He said democracy is a tool to control Africa by West. Exactly. Astro said, thank you for the super chat. Astro said, Afridamus Tariq will be given a lot of fuel if the war happens and West Africans flee to America and Europe. Astro, you're 100% correct.
Can I interject that for 1 second?
Yeah.
Did the video even mention the actual president of Chad?
Yeah.
Did that video mention him?
Yes, the son taking over at some point. Yes.
So who went to embrace him? Who went to accept him? The French president, right?
Right.
I mean,
okay. So you see that, Zongo. You see that hypocrisy that as we
and
talk
also
about,
they sent him to Niger to go meet Bazoum. Right. So Zongo, you're telling me one guy, a military guy from next door, from Chad. I mean, imagine they are sending him. He did this quote unquote democracy. They didn't vote him in. He is a military guy who took over. How hypocritical is it to send that guy to go try to negotiate for a guy, to go see Bazoum, who they claim was voted in by 56% of the population, but it looks like 70% of the population right now are protesting against him. How is that possible? Did he win?
I mean, I'm not saying. I mean, democracy has its own disadvantages, right? But the point I'm saying, generally, what we all know is during a military dictatorship rule, you don't seem to have a lot of freedom of speech like we have on this platform.
But like that. Zongo, what I'm saying is, did you not see what is shown is happening in Senegal? You think Benin do you think they have freedom of speech?
They don't. I mean, I'm guessing not. That's why I'm not espousing for military.
Why are they willing to send soldier into a different country when there is so much to talk about their own countries? That's the hypocrisy we are addressing.
Keep ignoring.
No, but
I'm sorry.
Keep ignoring.
St. James, what I'm talking about is, I mean, you come from Burkina Faso. You currently live over there, right?
I'm sorry?
I understand. You currently live in Burkina Faso, right?
I can't live?
No, he's saying you currently live over there.
Yes.
Okay. So I understand the will of the people was to restore some kind of sanctity in the nation, right? I mean, do you think the military rule is the way forward, or democracy, with a little bit of fine-tuning it in order to ensure like the interests of the country is always put at heart? Do you think that is the way forward?
I believe that has to come from the opinion of the people that live in that country. And I hope when in due time our people will decide what we want for ourselves.
Okay.
I can't call it democracy, whatever that name could be, and the people will agree with it. This is what's going to be here for our countries. I don't know if that's going to be a democracy at this time. I'm sorry.
Under military rulership, like, do you think you have freedom to do whatever? Can you have to express your opinion?
But Zongo,
absolutely.
Do you think
even thousand?
Yeah,
Zongo. Let me answer it because listen, I live under a military president, right? Who come from the military, right? I live very freely in my country.
Oh, okay.
I participate in any kind of debates in my country. People get to speak. People get to say whatever they want. The military they don't even bother. So this is the white media.
Oh, okay.
That got you ramped up talking about, freedom of speech, freedom of expression. These things exist here in my country.
No, certainly. I mean, St. James. The reason why I said that was because you said like some people made deals 60 years ago. Usually, those deals is possible during like military rulership. They are the ones making these shady deals because nobody can challenge their decisions.
No, Zongo, this one not signed by soldiers. Look at it, the coups, St. James. Sorry, Zongo. If you look at it, like Thomas Sankara, when he came, the reason why they killed him, remember, he's a soldier who came, he saw the deal, he knew about the deal. He came to topple that deal. The soldiers are usually the ones that go against the deal. Even look at Nigeria. A lot of things that were able to be done in Nigeria, to be quite honest, is during the time that they had these military people in charge, because they went against the West, you know, and they actually did a lot of good things in Nigeria because they opposed, you know, the colonial deals. That's what the military are known for. They are against the colonial deals.
Let me add one example to Zongo right now, and you're gonna like this one. There is a new airport that's been built in my country. In 2019, this was a civilian government, right? Civilian government that we voted in. Do you know what happened under that contract? Our government was supposed to bring 70% of the investment, and a French company was supposed to bring 30% of the investment. And on top of that, they were supposed to manage our airport for 30 years. Guess what the new president just did? Canceled. We don't want it. Military regime. You don't like those things? So it's like for certain people, they're focused on because these people they are soldiers.
Well, look at even look at even Zongo's own country, Ghana. Even the straight and narrow that Ghana, who put Ghana on that path? He was a military guy, Jerry Rawlings. You know this Zongo. You know, Ghana was super corrupt until he came in. The people were so corrupt, he had to delete some of them.
Thank you so much.
He stepped in, he had to delete them, right? And he set the country, you know, on the path that it is in. Let's just be real.
Yo, when can I ask St. James my question?
I mean, the point I'm trying to say, Afidamus, Rawlings came, he had all the passion and everything. But I mean, he didn't have, you know, extensive know-how about, you know, the dealings of certain industries. You still need certain people that have the interest of those, the country's
But he put those people in charge. You see this. I've heard you say this. You've talked about experience. The thing is, the people you're saying have experience. These old men. Let's look at the way they are operating. The people you're saying have experience. They are the creation of people like Rawlings. Remember that. They created those people.
There was a lot of corruption in Ghana.
Yeah, because of their incompetence. Their incompetence, people like that had to exist.
Let me tell you why. For us, right? For us, like people from Mali and Burkina Faso, this is not even about democracy, right? This was about addressing the elephant in the room for ECOWAS. And nobody's touching that. Everybody want to talk about democracy. A president was overthrown and we need to bring him back. For us, this is not even an issue. Let me tell you the issue. The issue is when that situation happened in Libya, and every single country sat down and let the West did what they had to do to Gaddafi and disrupt the entire region. And no one said nothing. And all these terrorists run to Mali, Burkina Faso, and now we have a serious issue, and no one still said nothing. Now they want to bring it closer to us in Niger. That's the problem. That's why we said no. It's not even about democracy. It's about other country not even being able to tell to the West, this is our region. We can manage it as Africans and find out and come up with African solutions. That's what bothers us.
I think a lot of them.
Oh man, come on, man. When can I ask this guy a question, man? I've been patient. I'm trying to ask this guy a question for. When can I ask?
Go ahead, so when we see the president, when we see countries like Ghana, we see countries like, whatever, even the Gambia. I know the Gambia, the people of those countries have nothing to do with that, right? We are the one who are exposed to terrorists. You understand? Our lives are not the same anymore. People are dying on these regions, and all these African countries are saying nothing. The only thing they have to say to us is that, we're going to replace, to bring back a president that was overthrown by his own people. So, and you letting NATO advance on our soil. You letting all kind of people advance on our soil, and you think that's okay. That's why we're not going to agree with
Zulia. Go ahead, Zulia. Ask it.
Yeah. So my question is this. Yeah. So this guy said, James said to me, "Oh, they tried to unify, it didn't work out." Okay, fine. He says they tried, it didn't work out. All these different. Okay, cool. So my question is this: who's going to combat the jihadists when the most powerful military within that region is Nigeria, and they're not competent enough to do the job? You don't want them to do the job. So who else besides Russia is able to go and combat the jihadists? This is a question for you, because you want solutions, but from what I can see, the only solution would be ask France to do the job for you, not good, as we know, or ask the other military power, which would be Russia, to do the job to keep the jihadists in check. If you don't have any sort of regional military to do the job,
I heard it, but I didn't hear it.
No, he's saying that okay, you don't want France to
I didn't get
to do the fight. He said you don't want France to come and do the fight. He said who's going to fight the jihadists? Right. You know, he said if Nigeria, the biggest army, is incompetent to do so. I'll let Zulia say it himself.
Yeah, so my question is this, okay? You said you know they couldn't unify and tell the French to get the hell out, even though they all speak French, even though the majority Muslim countries. Okay, cool. Let's say that they did try that, they couldn't do it, it didn't work. So my question is this: you clearly highlighted the effects of Islamic extremism in the region coming down to the south. Who is competent enough to block and to stymie the progression of Islamic extremists? Native African force in that region. They're not competent enough to do it, okay? France is the strongest military in that region, but you don't want the French to get involved, and I understand why. So who is competent enough to challenge the jihadists outside of Russia?
This is a good question. This is a good question. So, and for me, right, for some people, not for me, it's not my opinion. For some people, we have something called ECOWAS, right? Right. So why are we in it if we cannot protect one another? That's my question. Where is the ECOWAS officers? Where is the ECOWAS military? Where is our movement together, fighting this thing together? So my questions to you, we never got together and fight this thing together. That's why it's rampant in some countries, not rampant in certain countries. You know, some countries don't want to work with other countries.
St. James, let me ask you this. St. James, have ECOWAS or AU, have they ever, because you guys have been fighting this war in the Sahel, have they ever offered any military help to come and help you guys fight this war? You know,
zero. They just gave us a finger. They just gave us a finger. Go F yourself. That's what they did. You know.
But now they want to bring criticize. But they're ready to come and fight you guys now.
Yes, they want to come fight. They have the logistic ready. They have the military. They're talking. If Africans are listening to this every day, oh yes, we going to Ghana. We are together. We just need the okay to go. We got the funding. That's what I'm talking about. And it's been going on in Mali since what, 2013? 10 years. We never heard those kind of, you know, meetings and how do we go to reclaim the Sahel regions? No, that's that hypocrisy that we talk about. So for me, ECOWAS is not going to solve it. As far as my country is concerned, we are making a hell of a progress talking about dealing with these terrorists. Trust me, by the end of 2023, we will be good. Trust me. We don't need ECOWAS, bro.
So hold on. ECOWAS are defending the Western interests. That's what ECOWAS are serving. They are serving their masters. And furthermore, let me say this: like those extremist jihadists that are in the Sahel, you have to ask yourself, where those people get the gun? Where are these people are getting those guns? These people do not manufacture those guns. As a matter of fact, most of them are illiterate. So where are they getting all those AK-47 or A-20? They are getting it from the so-called people that's saying to you guys, oh, they're coming to help you guys out to fight the terrorists. That's who they're giving you the guns.
Afrodamus, do you know that some of the weapon that they are dumping in Ukraine is coming to the Sahel region? Do you know that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's why this is so scary for us. This is not about Bazoum coming back or bringing democracy back. We know what's going to happen in Niger.
Right.
After they put back this president, no, we will not have that region no more. We will not have it. That's what's going to happen.
It's the same thing that's happening in my country, because in my country we don't have terrorists. We just have like a bunch of hooligans. The politicians, they are getting the guns from the United States, the Canadian and the French, and then they are giving the guns to these thugs, and then these thugs are wreaking havoc in their own neighborhood, and then the people are fleeing. It's the exact thing that's happening. What's happening in Haiti is the exact thing that's happening in Africa. So the fact that people in Niger and Burkina Faso are supporting their military against the jihadists and against the former French or so-called colonial master, it's a good thing.
Ras Moise, this move into Haiti, right? This is proof that Haiti qualifies to join the African Union, because this Haiti's problem. Who are they bringing in to blend in? Isn't it Africans?
Yeah, the Kenyans.
The Kenyans. They didn't even go to West Africa. They're bringing in Kenyans.
Man,
you see?
We take in West Africa here where I'm from. We take 80 all day, every day. Whenever they want to come there, they don't even try to join ECOWAS, man. Trying to join the country, pick a country and join them, man. We will be together. This.
A lot of Haitians are doing that. So as a country, I don't think it's gonna happen. But as individual, a lot of Haitians are starting to doing that, and I'm proud of that. To be honest,
absolutely, man.
So St. James, the current leader in Burkina Faso, you would want him to continue to lead the country until his demise. What would be the state of leadership in the country after
like I said, he came by a coup. And he was supposed to stay for, I believe he was supposed to stay for 2 years. And that term is supposed to end by next year, June 2024. I'm losing my thought of chain of thought. He's supposed to leave next year by June, sometime in June, right?
Oh, okay.
Right, so, he's supposed to leave. But now I'm giving you the good news, right? The good news is that we are leaving ECOWAS, right? So
you guys are leaving?
Absolutely. If they touch Niger, we gone. Absolutely, we gone.
So St. James, what if they say you guys cannot leave?
That's not possible.
No, because St. James, don't be surprised. They're doing everything now. What if they say no? You can't leave.
You remember that statement that was read a week ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, the statement said that.
Yeah, but after that was
the Ministry of Defense yesterday said that too. We ready. That's it. We are coming together.
Yeah, but St. James, from speaking economically, that wouldn't be your own interest, right? Because
when you talk to me, right, don't come from a place of like we are gonna die, because I'm a Sahelian. We like those challenges. Economically, politically, this is a well thought out process. Don't worry about us. If we leave ECOWAS,
currently maybe.
Trust me.
Let's say currently.
But St. James, if you guys leave ECOWAS, right. Aren't you worried that you would not be getting your shipments through Ghana anymore? Like Ghana is gonna cut you off.
That's what you got.
Like I said, this is a well thought out process.
Okay.
So basically, let's make it funny. You've been to Tamale, right, Zongo?
No, I haven't been there, but I met people from Tamale.
Okay, listen. Ivory Coast is another issue like we have. Like I remember Afrodamus, I told you back in the day, my grandfather used to tell me we had access to the sea, and for some reason they cut us off.
Right.
From Ivory Coast.
So we're gonna come back with that conversation with Ivory Coast. So
but
I don't know.
James, you think if you guys leave, right?
Right.
And because obviously you see, as long as Ouattara is there, because Ouattara is worried right now. So do you think he would, because he's doing the France's bidding?
Where he's
right?
from though? Where he's from?
So I believe he was born in Upper Volta, which is Burkina Faso now.
Okay.
But would he?
Who put him there? Who put him there?
Oh, the French.
And who else?
I believe. Did you guys put? I think Blaise Compaoré put him there. Blaise. But
soldiers.
Do you think he would?
Soldiers, right?
Right. Okay. So you meaning okay? So you think you guys would be able to get him to the negotiation table?
Basically, like when you pull out, it's gonna be a one-on-one. It's gonna be like, let's say, it's gonna be a one-on-one deal with Ghana, a one-on-one deal with Ivory Coast, a one-on-one deal with Togo, a one-on-one deal with Benin. So we're gonna apply it's gonna be a reciprocity.
It has to be
like
strategic.
if you wanna listen, it has been done before. Mauritania has done it. So nothing happened to Mauritania. So it's an example. Yeah. Like I said, I told you, Zongo, it's a well thought out process, and I know these people. They are not making up this decision because they're not liking what they see in Niger. I'm being honest. It's been our politicians have been talking about it for so long in Burkina. I can give you the archive and you can look at it. This ECOWAS is not benefiting us. I know they have just been talk, but they have now made the move.
St. James, if you guys truly make this move,
I'm sorry.
If you guys truly make this move and get rid of the French completely, the deal, you guys would be completely free to deal with whoever.
Right. This is listen, we stay in the ECOWAS just to be buddy with everybody.
Yeah, but they're not even helping you guys out. Even Ghana. So what's the point?
Afrodamus, I give you an example.
I think
a country without let's say a country without no access to sea, like the Burkina, Mali, and Niger. Regardless of what happened politically in that country, they are not supposed to put an embargo on these countries. It's well said. The United Nations chart says it. The ECOWAS chart says it. The African Union chart says it. But the first thing they will do to us is just no access to the sea. They will kill your economy. No, look at what they're doing to Niger. No food, no medicines, no nothing. Come on, now that's not sustainable.
Yeah, that's a challenge.
So St. James, do they have sanctions against you guys too?
No, they never put us. We never. No. They're the only. We got kicked out of the African Union and ECOWAS because when you come under a coup, you're not allowed to participate. Exactly. But we have no sanctions because they love us too much to give us sanctions, man. Because we are. We are.
But St. James,
so you look at it, St. James. That's there's hypocrisy because they're not going after Burkina, they're not going after Mali, Guinea, but for Niger, they are like, oh no, we are willing to die to keep this place.
But the anger that those people came with, like the situation in Mali, because the situation in Mali was ongoing for a minute. The French were, they were doing whatever they want because when they first got there. They did some pretty good things, I'm not gonna lie, because the terrorists were marching to Bamako, and the French soldiers stopped them. After that, we don't know what happened between them and the Malian government. A lot of things had happened, and the Malians said, no, we don't want it. It's not because they are proud of themselves, they are arrogant, they don't want the French to help. No, they have seen something that many Africans haven't seen. And they said, no, we can do this by ourselves. And the same thing, we didn't have they had a small base here. When Traoré took power, he said, you know what, you guys got to keep walking. So they did. They went to Niger. You remember the video you did, right? They going to Niger, they had to, from Mali, they had to come through Burkina and go to Niger, and we wouldn't even let them go.
Yeah,
we
I
wouldn't even
remember
let
that.
them go. The people were mad at them. They're like,
How are
no,
you
you
gonna
can't
get
go. You
energy?
can't
Because
pass.
I mean, I know like Ghana also like give energy to Burkina Faso. I mean, the point is like, I mean, sometimes you can make decisions, but don't make the decision emotionally. Even if you wanna like, let's say in the past you were trading like solely using like Ghanaian sea waters. Maybe this time around you can be strategic, right? Dealing with Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, just in case one
Do
country
we
cuts
have to
you
be
off.
Do we have to be with ECOWAS to use your sea? Really?
No, not
I don't know.
necessarily. You
I
have
don't
to.
think so.
Not no,
Right.
but
That's what I said. It's going to
You
be a one-on-one
see,
if we
like,
decide to
look
pull
at
out.
necessarily.
St. James, like our Yombe said here in this comment. Our Yombe said, Ofe Boigny of Ivory Coast, I'm sure it's him, sabotage the extension of the sea for Burkina Faso.
Okay, so this is another African. I understand what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Our Yombe is I think Our Yombe is from Gambia. Thank you,
Okay.
Our Yombe.
Sankara was trying to bring it with the old man, Ofwebwanyi. He took a meeting and went to him and talked to him. It's like, yo, we gonna go to court with that. So no one ever heard about it,
So when
So
you had blessed,
Sankara was supposed to
when you had
mediate,
blessed,
and
when you had blessed, did you guys continue to have access to the sea in with Ivory Coast?
we paid for it. Maybe we got a discount. We kept paying.
So like, I mean,
The
I understand.
Ghanaians are overcharging us, though. Ghana
But
is
St. James,
overcharging.
St. James, good question here. Who's
Yeah, but
sponsoring these quote unquote jihadis?
Affidavits. Who's sponsoring them?
Yeah.
The people that gave them the weapon in the first place in Libya.
And why is France saying, fighting for the human rights of the jihadis, saying they cannot be bombed in certain ways? Like, why is France more worried about the safety of the jihadis?
Let me tell you a joke, right? When we have the French army on your soil, right? Let's say you have a jihadist, right? In his years, and he just killed 10 people. When he see the French soldier, he will hide his weapon and just say hi to them. How you doing? Once the French soldier don't see it, even he looks like somebody that just killed someone, they don't do anything. You see what I'm saying? If they don't catch them in action, they're not gonna do anything.
It's the exact thing. It's the exact thing in Haiti. This is why in Haiti we don't want like these foreign countries like to intervene in our affair, because the people there, they are dealing with the gangs in Haiti. So it's the same problem that we are seeing in Haiti occurring in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. And then the civilian and the people that serve in the military, they are fighting against those so-called jihadists. They don't need Western intervention to deal with that. So I am in 100% in support to what's going on in Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger. What the people are doing, I support that 100%.
I give it a hint, Affidavits. I give it a hint.
Yeah.
If ECOWAS don't step up in Niger, right, we will find out who is giving the equipment to the terrorists. I can guarantee you that. If the junta get to stay in Niger, you will find out where the money come from, where the equipment come from. Yes.
But St. James, let me ask you this, because Natona was worried. Natona is saying that you guys receive welfare check from the French. Aren't you guys worried that you would lose your French benefits?
Well, and like Nat Turner, they can cut it off. I don't even know what we get from the French.
Aren't you guys worried about your welfare checks being cut off?
Nah, there is no. I haven't been.
And also, he said, your visits to France would be cut off too.
Do you know what happened to Air France, right? After that, do you know what happened to Air France? Do you know what happened to the company, right?
Right.
Last week they said because of the situation that's happening in Niger, Air France is not going to fly to Mali and Burkina. They pick our countries because we're supporting Niger. They cut the flight. So we said fine. They said, okay, we will resume back in August 11th. And on August 11th, they said, no, we feel like we're going to come on the 19th. So both governments say, bro, you can't do that. If you don't want to come, let us know. We will find somebody else. Now they're struggling now. They're losing money. They want to negotiate. So Africans are understanding now they have bargaining powers. So my country is like France. Okay, if you don't want to come, sign the paper, we'll call somebody else. You know? Now they want to negotiate to resume flight. So if you don't show your chest, nobody's not gonna respect you, bro. They're not gonna respect you.
A lot of the times, the Western country, they have superior powers, right? Like Airbus, the aircraft industry. It's just mainly manufactured by France and the United States, right? So going against them, I think.
So, I think guys, go ahead, Zongo. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying that they have to just tread a little bit cautiously. That's what I'm saying, because you have to understand.
When you say lightly, what do you mean?
What I mean, because I heard St. James saying that.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man! What you gonna do? Look out, boys! It's coming through. Yeah, man! Yeah, man! Boy, he got educated feet.
Zongo.
After that was that's very unfair to me, actually.
No, Zongo, I'm messing with you, but Zongo, so you're saying, okay, they got all the companies, so you're supporting what Natona says, so they should be worried about their welfare planes too.
Oh, they have to.
Zongo. Wait, Zongo. Other thing, Zongo. So they should be worried about their welfare checks, huh?
They have to, actually.
What are we doing that you think is too harsh? Like, to us, like, what do you think we're doing?
Because the point is, St. James, I understand what you're saying, but you don't speak for the whole people of Burkina Faso. They are saying, you don't speak for the whole of the Burkina Faso people. Like in the case
Absolutely
of
not.
Yeah, because when you say like you're gonna exit from ECOWAS, there are certain people from Burkina Faso that have trading business with countries within ECOWAS region, right? So, are you gonna sideline them because they are also Burkinabe people too? You get what I'm saying?
You remember what I asked Alphadamus if he remember the statement he put on his video? That's not St. James saying that. That's the government saying that. It's not me.
Oh, okay, that was the government saying that. Okay.
That wasn't me. Remember Alphadamus? They said that, right?
Right.
Yeah,
okay, that's the government.
That was in your opinion.
And DG said,
there has been a lot of situation where the people of Burkina have asked for us to pull out. I'm just giving you what the people have been saying for the past.
But Zongo is worried. Zongo is saying the white people got nice planes. They got the check.
I do get that, but
he's even mentioning the companies just to remind us, to let us know who makes the planes. Zongo, thank you for bringing up. Yeah, who has the checks?
That's what I'm asking Zongo. What are like for you being a Ghanaian, right? On the outside looking in, right? I'm just giving you the floor to tell me. On the outside looking in, what do you think the Burkinabes are doing? Burkinabe's government is doing that you feel like they should, kind of chill, not go this way or go that. What do you think they should do?
For me, I'm just saying they shouldn't just attract international attention. I think it's just unnecessary. They could do a lot of things, behind closed doors without attracting excessive attention at the international stage. That's the point I'm trying to say.
Be more specific. You are little general. Like, be more international, attractive.
Like Zongo, you don't want like the young Traore to go to international stage and start talking about how they they're no longer slaves. A slave, if you don't fight, you deserve to be a slave. You don't want him to put his chest out, huh?
Not necessarily. Like saying like
wait, you don't want him to talk tough?
He went to like Russia, because like when he went to Russia, like saying that they wanted like electricity or something like that. I mean, and the question I heard him saying that when he went to the Russia summit, and I was asking why previously was other countries offering him with energy. I mean, because my understanding was I don't think European countries or American countries were supplying them with energy. I think they were either getting energy within their own countries or from their neighbors.
Yeah, but Zongo, he cannot pretend not to push and talk about what their ambitions are. Because in the first place, these puppets they have are not speaking to the people. He is talking to the people to let the young people know this is what we need to do. This is what our ambitions are. I think it's good that he's doing that to get every hand on deck. I know that's gonna intimidate some people that want to control Burkina Faso, but
It's not going to intimidate them. I mean,
oh no, they are worried about that.
no, it's not going to
You
intimidate.
worry about just that? Just that?
I think the easiest thing they can do is probably, they might probably use people within, his government. If there's any division or misunderstanding, they're gonna use the same tactic in the past in the rule book to just oust him from power, like they did to Thomas Sankara. That's the point I'm trying to
So
say.
you are worrying. You worry that he might get killed.
Exactly. I mean, that's the point I'm saying, because he seems to have a very good interest for his people, right? So just tread cautiously. Don't attract too much attention. Do what your people want without trying to be like, oh, I'm the boss or something like that. And your
No,
people get rewarded.
I'm trying to agree with you because I feel like yes, I don't. No one wants to attract bad vibe around them. But when you are the leader of the country and people put you out there, it's because of the fact that they respect you and they are confident, that you will do a good job. So if you don't do it, then they will. The same thing that you say you worry that you will get killed. So if he doesn't do it, then they will replace him, right?
I mean,
You
if
don't
you
think
get
so?
killed,
Like,
if you get killed, like just get killed like Thomas
I
Sankara,
don't
then
think, to
they
being
have like
honest, because we had a few coup in my country, and those people didn't get killed, and he did a coup. The guy didn't get killed. I don't think our military are looking to kill to just replace somebody. I don't even think that.
because a lot of people just want jobs and want better
I
standard of
get it. I
living,
mean,
right? So the
I'm sorry.
economy, the country's economy has to be improved, and instead of
Yeah,
just cutting
but
ties,
Zongo,
hold on,
Do you have
let
a
me make a point. Instead
no,
of
no,
just
Zango?
cutting
Because
ties
I'm
with
gonna
your
let you talk.
neighbors,
I'm gonna let you talk, right? I'm gonna let you talk. Just one sentence. I'll let you talk.
yeah, instead of cutting ties with your
Since
neighbors, you should be
2015, right? Since 2015, we have been under terrorist attack, right? Under terrorist attack. Now this guy took power, and he fired all the cylinders he can just to put the country back. If you guys are picking only one area, oh yeah, focus on that. Don't focus on this. So I don't even know how we're gonna get out of it. For that, I don't know. All our investors run away. They run away
they'll run
because
away.
of French. Because of French.
Not necessarily,
They
because
put your country in red. Do you understand when they put your country in red?
it's political
They put our
instability.
country in red for so long. Nobody want to invest.
I mean, nobody want to invest in under military dictatorship.
no, Zongo, you are ignoring what Saint James is saying.
Even under the civilian president, my country
Right,
was in
because Zongo, he is correct. They have to put them in the red for them to maintain that exploitative deal they signed on them. Burkina Faso don't get to decide who they deal with unless France says go ahead. You understand that, right? That's what they want. So the only way they can get out of that is by being defiant. Like they have to be like, nah, you got to go, man. There's no, so France is coming up with all this threat. So France is looking at Burkina Faso and all these places like it's their kids. So it's like their kids are revolting. Let me read this real quick. DG said, democracy plus jihadism and LGBTQ are now weapons of mass destruction to divide Africa again and rule it. Please, Afridamus, read my comments. Thank you. You're absolutely correct. And I would be highlighting doing that. And for you to see the same thing happening in Jamaica also. Mrs. H, let me read this real quick.
Go
Mrs.
ahead.
H said, Afridamus, Mohamed Morsi was removed by the military because he wanted to tax the corporations, tackle corruption, and use tax money fairly. It wasn't about religion. He was president for 1 year. Thank you, Mrs. H. That's a good point because the way they pushed that that sounded more like propaganda when they said religious. And
I mean,
she said the protesters were funded by Israel and the Gulf.
are you bought
Yeah,
into that too? You were
yeah,
speaking about
both groups, Israel and the Gulf, did not like
Afidamos,
Morsi. You're right.
you bought into that propaganda too. You said the
Well,
cop you said the cop I heard
the,
you
the,
earlier.
oh yeah, the Coptic people were worried. Honestly, though, they were. And Mohammed Morsi was part of the Muslim Brotherhood, so they had like extremist viewpoints on other religion.
Well, that wasn't true.
They did have that too. Sometimes if you have like certain extreme viewpoint, the people that want to topple you, they would highlight that also. So, like for example, in Niger, you see, this ECOWAS and everything, they're not talking about the exploitation of France. Everybody's focused on the coup.
Bingo, bingo, and
They are
bingo.
focusing on the coup, but they're not telling you why these people, did the coup. Why do they have their citizens celebrating, this coup happening? You see, because Zongo, if you want to judge these other places like where you and I come from, Ghana, Gambia, the English places, it's not the same. I hope you know that. It's not the same deal. Can you hear me, Zongo?
Yeah, I can hear you. I mean,
Yeah. So they don't have the same deals like your country or mine.
I mean, so Afidamos, I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the end of the day, it's still our own leaders who are making those deals. I mean, I understand the external powers do have.
But how come now they have leaders who don't want to make that deal? They don't want the French are like, no, we gotta kill them. Now they got leaders who are representing the voice of the people. When they sign this, hold on. When they sign this, we don't even know we don't even know who they are. The people that signed these documents. We don't even know who they are. For all we know, the guy's name might be, Jacques Louis. We don't know.
Afidamos, I mean, like I said, like I've always
Their
said,
parliament, none of these countries' parliament ever signed any law. They didn't come together, like Burkina Faso. There's nowhere that there's proof that their parliament ever came together and agree on this.
Wait, Niger or Burkina Faso?
Both countries. Niger to be the new one.
We almost got the same deal.
Yeah. So there's no proof that these people,
St. James,
there's no proof that they ignorantly came and signed a deal and then later they found out, they are just terrible people. No. Why do you think they killed Thomas Sankara?
Okay, St. James, in Burkina Faso, what is the common, the major source of natural resources from Burkina Faso?
The top one is gold.
Gold.
Yes.
Okay, gold. Okay.
We got cotton. We got all kind of things, man.
So what is the nature of the French exploitation in Burkina Faso? Like, was it like the way they mining the gold without having the largest share?
Nah, technically, for us, the French are not kind of. For us, the French, what we're fighting with the French now is the CFA. The fact that we are still putting, like a percentage of our,
like 50%. 50%. Like Zongo, you saw me show the sign it. Like it's really like Zongo. Imagine somebody right now, right? If I tell you, hey Zongo, check this out, sign this document, I get 50% of your paycheck. Okay, and on top of that, my bodyguard, Pookie and Bojango, I want you to sign that they get to come and I would like them to hang around your house, your apartment, to make sure that you're not about to call some white people and sign another deal with them. Would you agree to this?
Oh, no, obviously not. I mean,
Okay, that's what is happening. That's what France did to these countries.
someone is saying in the chat that I enjoy subjugation from other people. I mean, Afridamus, even most of our countries from the western region, I mean, of Africa, I mean, the money that they use, they print it from outside sources, right? So if you want to go against, oh, why are we printing our monies from outside? I mean, how do you do that? That's the question. You print it from outside. How do you do that? Do you have the technology to do that? What are the ways and means to be able to do that? That's the question, But instead of just subjecting yourself to victimhood all the time.
Listen, unless you make that push, like for us, like in francophone, area here, we made that push for quite some time, and we have asked our leader. We've been subjugated, like in terms of that CFA, for us to even come together to create our own money. It's been overdue for us, but no one will tell you why we can't produce our own currency. No one. I'm like you. I mean, it's like if this doesn't work for us, why are we still in there? The last time you saw Afrodamus, remember you spoke about it. Like when we got together to create our own currency, like the ECO. At first they say no, the francophone country didn't want it, and I was sitting there. I'm like, it's a lie.
Yeah, the France sabotaged it.
The French sabotaged.
Yeah, they got together with Macron, and I think even Nana Akufo was part of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they just switch it. But I think Bola Tinubu sent his spokesperson here. He sent one of his Uncle Toms from Masa's big house from Nigeria. Let's have Nigerian Uncle Tom in the house. Nigerian Uncle Tom.
What's going on, good sir?
Well, Nigerian Uncle Tom, why are you Nigerians working for Massa in the big house? Why do you all want to go next door and do the invasion for the white man? What is going on?
See, we have understood that you Africans, right? No matter what country you come from the continent of Africa, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Didn't give a shit about us, so that's why you captured us, sold us into this
It was the chiefs.
It doesn't matter if it was the chiefs or not.
You see, you're helping the same chiefs right now, just so you know.
That's a fact. And you know what?
You are helping them.
We're on the winning side right now, right?
But why are you helping the people that sold you?
Whoa. See, I agree. I think the African continent should not be colonized by any other country. But the fact that we see it being overridden, and y'all supposed to be the warrior tribes of the blacks, right?
That's right.
If y'all are the warrior tribes of the blacks, how are y'all colonizing on your own land?
Well, that's why they are fighting. I'm asking you, because the country next door, they want to be free from the white colonialists. And Nigeria next door is talking about they're going to send military troops to go fight because Master's boy got kicked out. And he light-skinned too.
The thing about it is they want to be on the winning side.
But they're going against their own black brothers, man.
I agree. I don't know why they would do that, but you see, that's why I live on the continent of Americas.
With the white man.
With the white man.
I am in Africa right now. I've always lived in Africa, sir.
Today?
I do not associate with the white man.
Today?
Sir, I have never been in a white man's. I've never been to a white man's country. What? Maybe you are mistaking me for somebody else.
I see. I
am reporting live from Africa.
Okay, that's cool. What part of Africa?
Sir, I am not going to tell you.
Okay, well that's good. That's good.
The snow part where it snows.
Where it snows. No, I don't have a problem with that. I literally do think, y'all, that no matter what African country is doing it shouldn't be done.
Right.
I don't think the African continent should be colonized by any other state, and I don't think anyone should help in that. But and again, if they are to help on them, I think it should be a mass collective of African states or African countries that goes against the one that wants to be the outlier.
I think I agree with you, but instead they are going against the outliers. That's what's going on right now.
Afrodamus, let me give you an analogy right now. The happenings in Ukraine, they wanted to shift their alliance from Russia to the West, and guess what? Russia said they didn't agree, even though like they're their own independent country. They still didn't agree. So why would like Niger put themselves in the midst of two giants like the Russia and the West? I mean, the country
Niger is not. Niger has nothing to do with Russia, my brother. Nothing.
No. I heard like they're looking for like support from Russia.
No.
That's Western propaganda trying to, tarnish their image.
I would agree with that. That literally is that, because if you look at the videos that are coming out now about how these Ukrainians are living off the American dollar, it's sickening. And this,
they are dancing, they are living good.
Yeah, they're living good. This and they say it's the rich Ukrainians that are living good, while the dirt poor out there fighting the Russians, which I think is a bunch of bull, because the American white dollar has given them $200 billion.
Well, it's not only the white people money; they're taking black people reparation money too.
That's all of our money.
Black people ask for reparation. They say, you know what, Blackie, we not only we ain't giving you reparation, we taking your money, your tax money. We gonna give it to other white people. Now let's see what you gonna do about that.
Avadamus, I would agree that at one point in time in my life, I had an argument for the reparations. I was against it.
Right.
But no, it's more than 43 billion. West Africa.
I think it's 200 and I think it's 200 and something now. It's in the 200s.
Billion. Yeah, 212 billion. But I'm seeing all this money going to other countries to fight a war that we're not supposed to be in, or we're not supposed to be an active participant in. They're not even in NATO or anything, and we're fighting their battle. Well, not fighting their battle. Let's not speak the truth. We are propagating their battle with Russia, because Russia is literally Big Daddy to Ukraine. Let's be honest. If it was a real war, they're less than 350 miles away from each other. The capital from capital of Russia to the capital of Ukraine is less than 350 miles. How long does it take to fight a battle of less than 350 fucking miles? 350 miles. It's insane. Where America, they fly thousands of miles to fight a war for nothing.
I know. Maybe the military industrial complex is do you know, like, some of the money, the weapons they said is going to Ukraine, they are showing up in Africa, right? In the Sahel.
No, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, that's where they're showing up at.
We're here to tell you, we got them here, and that's why ECOWAS is making a big mistake. If your country is now in the Sahel region, within 3 months, if these people invade Niger, you will see what we've been talking about. Just be quiet and let ECOWAS do what they want to do. Your country will never be safe again. Trust me.
And I'm also saying, like, the money that a lot of people say, oh, the American government gives to Ukraine, like Afrodamus was saying, the industrial complex are the ones taking the money and then sending the weapons and assets.
Money laundering.
Yes, it's literally money laundering.
They send the money as assets to the Ukrainians, and the cash comes to them. So it's almost like, okay, they are trading with American businesses to help Ukraine facilitate their war in their own region over there. They are stimulating the American economy at the end of the day. So that's what it means to me. That's how I look at it.
Actually, they're not similar to
They're
American.
not.
They're not at all.
If they want to stimulate the economy, they should send out checks to the people.
No, Afidams, what I mean is, like, the weapons are being manufactured by American businesses, and people work over there.
Sure.
So this is true.
There are also weapons coming from Turkey too. So
I was trying to make a point for you, right? You're from Ghana, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
If ECOWAS invade Niger, right? my people are just gonna open the northern border, man. We're gonna just go ahead and do that. No, I'm being honest with you. We're gonna just open the northern. We're gonna open the northern border and see what you can do.
But St. James, that would threaten the stay of the blacks over there.
Well, I never thought of.
That's insane.
Then you know, Uncle Tom, you see how this is getting crazier? How everybody would be affected if this happens?
They've been fighters, man. They fought and stayed in their own country, so they can do that in Ghana too. I'm sure.
What I can tell them
is why is Niger going against Nigeria?
No, it is Nigeria's president.
I know.
Yeah.
Well,
he's working for Massa.
Which Massa? The French?
Yes.
Yeah. See the French have a good thing of going into different countries and inflicting pain on them, especially like Haiti. All these little these Western island countries, and then going back. But the thing about it is, when y'all fight back and they threaten y'all to keep coming back and fighting a war, the people there just usually just say, you know what, to end the violence, we'll just agree with you being our master for another 100 years, and we're gonna pay you to not come over here and so-called slaughter us. Which y'all should know that French are some pussies.
Well, now they're trying to use your Nigerian people to fight the war for them.
But that's how you gotta look at it. That's how most white people fight. They get others to fight their battle first, and then they come in the end and take credit.
Afadamus, do you know why I like boxing, right? When you get to the ring, right? You know what the referee tells the boxers? I want a clean fight, right?
Right.
You tell them I want a clean fight. ECOWAS doesn't want a clean fight. They don't want to clean. That's why the French are still there in Niger. The Niger government made a statement for the French to leave, so we can clean the space for ECOWAS to show up. They don't want to do that.
But
they don't want to go.
Like France is going to offer military help. They are the ones pushing for this war.
Absolutely, because after Damas, hypothetically, right? Hypothetically, our fighter jets are already in Nigeria. You know that, right?
Oh, okay.
We got fighter. Yes, we already got Mali and Burkina already sent fighter jets. I'm breaking the news to you.
6 of them.
And what do you buy it from? What do you buy it from? The fighter jet. Where do you buy it from?
I'm not gonna tell you. I told you we got enough firepower to disrupt the entire region. You don't believe me?
St. James, don't tell Zongo. Zongo might be working for the French here.
I know where
I've heard Uncle Tom the other day talking about he loves French croissant. We can't trust him either.
No, I don't even like croissants. What are you talking about?
I heard you say it just for the hell of it.
Zongo. Chad said that they don't agree with ECOWAS, right? Mauritania, all these countries next to Nigeria say they don't want nothing to do with it. Where would the ECOWAS soldiers, stop before they enter Nigeria? Where?
Nigeria or Ghana?
Yeah. No, they will leave from Nigeria. Ghana. They cannot go from Ghana. They will have to pass through Burkina. Can't work.
And they can go through Ivory Coast. But whatever said, he's gonna send his military. Is he confident that he can take you guys on?
Yeah, but nobody wants to fight in those regions.
No. Let's hypothetically.
Hypothetically, we want economic prosperity.
No.
They want jobs, and nobody wants to fight.
Ghana president say he wants to fight. That's what he said.
Yeah, Zongo, they have a standby force. They just did the meeting in your own country in Accra. You over here talking about we ain't fighting. No, your president is talking about you're gonna fight these people.
Yeah, they want to restore democracy in that region because they don't.
They want to Zongo. Let me tell you something. You got Nigeria, the president of Nigeria, who's trying to lead the movement, right? But as francophone countries, right? You got Mali. You got Ivory Coast and Senegal. Why they didn't host that meeting that your president just took in his country yesterday? Why Senegal didn't host that meeting? Why Ivory Coast didn't host that meeting? We are francophone and you guys are anglophone. Why are you there?
Well, it's ECOWAS. It's
Why you can't answer my question? Why Akufo took the meeting? You know his neighbor is Burkina. You understand that? Why he didn't let the Senegalese take that meeting? Senegal is far from us. Even if he has given the meeting to Ivory Coast, I would have understand. Why Ghana took that meeting knowing we are next to Burkina Faso? Why they took the meeting?
Well, it's an ECOWAS meeting, though. What does it have to do
No,
with?
yeah, answering the question. So you want problems, right? Ghana wants problems. Technically, I'm going to be clear to you, right? I'm being honest with you. You guys don't have a military. I'm being honest. If somebody's lying to you, look.
He went to the U.S. complaining, begging for weapons to fight against Burkina Faso. I mean,
Ghana? Yes, Nana Akufo. Yes.
He said with he sat with Blinken, right?
Yeah.
Some months ago or something like that. He's aware of the happenings in
Zongo. I like Ghana. I like Ghana.
So Zongo, you think if hypothetically, Zongo, if the fight breaks out, you think the blacks are going to fight on the side of Ghana?
I think the blacks might realize the importance of America at that particular time. They might probably heading to the embassy crying for help.
Well, no, Uncle Tom, you think because the blacks, Ghana is their home, whose side you think they're gonna be on?
Which blacks? The American blacks?
Yeah, the American blacks that are in Ghana, they repatriated. Ghana is home.
You know what they're gonna do? They're gonna bring their funky ass back to America. They don't have no loyalties. Get out of here, black. You know my whole thing. I said,
but they're Pan-Africans. They're gonna secure their country.
They're fucking traitors, right? Because
They
most
don't
of
have
these
loyalty,
people,
man.
they don't have
He's
no
right.
loyalty.
He's right. He's right about that.
We were y'all degenerates that y'all traded as shoes, right? You traded us as shoes.
Mirrors, and Hennessy.
Yeah. We were traded for Hennessy, right?
Yeah, the Chiefs were drunk. They were thirsty.
In other words, you know, you sold us into something that was detriment to us. And, you know, we thrived, right? We're the actual warrior country, the warrior people.
No. They need to support Ghana. If Ghana gets from now, anything Ghana gets, they need to support Ghana all the way.
Right. And no running. You gotta pick. Running.
What needs to happen?
You gotta pick a side.
Africans, the countries of Africa need to stand strong. Get some lions. Do y'all have tigers over there? I don't think y'all have tigers. Y'all just have lions and other shits, right?
Lions,
some wildebeest or some shit. Y'all need to put all that shit together, and y'all supposed to fight that as your own.
Hey, you know what's gonna happen? They're gonna be like the blacks would all of a sudden start saying, y'all Africans, we know this. Y'all have turned into white supremacists. We going back to America.
That's a fact. I agree with you on that. They're gonna be right back here real quick.
Yeah, you see them come out of the plane in the airport. They're like, why are you moving from God? You know, them Africans, we thought we were the same, but they don't turn into white supremacists over there. They don't like us. You're like, what?
What? But after that was the president took the meeting, so that means war, right?
Well, he's looking for weapons.
Technically, that's what that meant.
I mean,
it
doesn't necessarily mean war, but he can actually give a threat to war, but that doesn't actually necessarily mean
it looks more than a threat to us, man. It's close to home. Are you in Ghana? Are you in Ghana?
Who, me?
No, yes. Are you in Ghana? Oh, okay.
No. You see that? I'm in good old America.
All right, I got you.
with the lights.
You know, ECOWAS is trying to restore. Like,
I would come to America too.
Hey, Zongo, man, there is no restoring nothing, man.
St. James, ECOWAS is trying to restore political sanctity in the region. I mean, the days of having military leaders just overtaking power is over. They have to restore democracy. And
Zongo, then why do we Zongo? Why do we have military people in charge then if it's over?
I mean, that's like
how old are you, Zongo?
What do you mean? How old? That
doesn't
matter.
No, answer his question. There's a reason why he's asking you, Zongo.
I'm not giving my response.
I think Zongo is like 23.
Oh my goodness.
So you like the Macky Sall, the Alassane Ouattara, Who else? You like those people? The Adema, Ali Bongos. Those are the people that you like, right? Those are your references in Africa.
Oh no.
Who's the reference for you? Like in West Africa, who's the reference? West and Central Africa, who's the reference?
I think he likes Tinubu. He looks up to Nigeria.
Now, yeah. Zango, honestly, man, who's your reference? Like, honestly.
I think the leader that I like, I think I'll say Thomas Sankara. Even
no, the ones alive.
No, Nkrumah. No, none of them are.
Who's still alive?
The ones
like,
alive.
I don't have them. They don't meet my
Zongo, please don't act like with the blacks always trying to talk about people who are not in existence now. Turner and others.
That shit is ridiculous.
Yeah. We are asking about those who are alive. Yeah, alive and kicking.
Because you have requirements, right? If those leaders doesn't match.
No, Zongo, we're asking for those who are alive. Why do you have a hard time?
You understand that most leaders are either lawyers or military. Those are literally the two #1 leaders in every continent, global country. It's either lawyers in the Western side or military leaders on the
other side.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So
not necessarily. You can be.
But
Zongo, he's right. Look at the pattern. The people in these countries. He is. Think about it.
Is Biden a lawyer?
Even in Biden, he's into
Biden
law.
was a lawyer. Yes, he was.
Yeah, but so was Obama.
A shitty lawyer, but a lawyer.
Yeah.
He studied law or something like that.
Zongo, what was Nana Akufo?
He was a lawyer, but
you see, even he was a lawyer.
But
of course,
wasn't a lawyer. Rollins wasn't. This guy, Muhammad wasn't a lawyer. He wasn't a lawyer.
But again, like I said, I didn't say all. I said majority of the leaders in any country is either a lawyer or a military person. It's heavily it's been that way for eons. This is nothing new. The debate that is ridiculous.
No, I'm not debating that.
Okay, all right.
Well, let me read this. Let me read this. You guys see the priorities for different African countries. The priority. So Mimi said, "You're all not going to congratulate Gambia for winning the best jollof rice." Yes, Mimi, Gambia, congratulations. We are talking war here. Now we know where Gambia's priorities are.
I actually like jollof rice.
Afrodamus, man.
Thank you, Mimi. Congratulations.
You gotta lead a movement in Gambia, man. I need you guys to start.
Yes, I have to wake them up. Afridamus, would Gambia contribute troops? Yes, our president is on TV. Our people are saying, "Yeah, we're gonna send our people there." But guess what? He's not even his bodyguards are foreign troops. So we'll see which ones they're gonna pick to go fight. How you got foreign troops? Who you gonna send to go fight?
Yeah.
Who?
I heard that Cape Verde didn't attend the meeting. I heard Guinea.
They said they're not good. They're not gonna send anyone.
Even that guy, right? That guy from Guinea-Bissau.
Mbalo.
Mbalo punked it out.
Oh, he punked it out. Of course, because Guinea-Bissau, their population is not gonna support that. If they're not gonna go for it, that might cause him problems.
Let me ask a simple question to St. James. He's speaking about war and something like that.
You haven't answered not one question.
The region.
Go ahead,
I think Mali, Niger. Do they have like gas or something like that over there? Like, because this aircraft, they would need gas to to move about or something like that. If those regions are the hot areas, the countries are the hot areas, try to sabotage them from that angle. Do you think they might be able to defeat them from that angle? As far as like this,
what I can tell you, Zongo, whether we have gas or not, right? The first battalion that will make it to Niger is not going to come back alive. I'm just telling you. You guys are going to see. Listen, I trust these people.
It's not about trust.
No. I'm telling you, there will be
resources available.
Look, to be able to this is not this little deployment that you saw and nobody fired and they went in there and they took the weapon and nobody. Listen, this is going to be a bloodbath. I'm sorry to break the bad news to you. It's going to get to that. Do you understand what I mean? It's going to be a bloodbath.
Man, I understand.
So all this,
In the past, Burkina Faso, I mean, they are very strong, like and those people in the region. But
I
now,
am even as a Burkinabe, I'm worried.
the time has
I'm worried.
changed. The time has changed.
Yes.
People
Listen,
use technology
let me
to
tell you
fight.
something.
People use, your supply chain has to be intact to be able to execute such kind of like combat.
Zongo.
So St. James, you know what Zongo is telling you indirectly?
I know.
He's letting you know, look, St. James, you think you're going to be fighting our black asses? No, we got U.S. base on our soil.
I know.
That's
why Zongo is telling you. He's like, you notice he's like, things have changed.
But isn't there
You notice he keeps saying things have changed. You say you guys used to be strong, but things have changed.
You know,
on both sides, right?
Yeah.
On both sides. You know why? I went back and watched the video when they deployed ECOWAS as a soldier in Liberia,
right?
Sierra Leone.
Gambia.
Last time was in the Gambia, 2017. Nobody did nothing to nobody.
Right.
Correct. So this was just a threat. They went in there, the guy took away and run away.
Yeah.
That was it. Nobody fought.
Yeah, in Gambia they didn't fire shots. But
absolutely, and in Liberia, what happened?
But in Sierra Leone, in Liberia, though, it was July 4th when the Nigerians came. Yes.
So it went down. Okay.
Oh yeah, it went down big time.
I have a question. What treaties have y'all signed with the West?
No, the French. These countries have signed. That's what this is all about.
Mm-hmm.
They've signed. They're claiming that they signed treaty, but this is not a fair treaty. Pretty much, the French, they're saying that the French are allowed to keep their army there. The French are allowed to, these people got to keep half of their money in the French bank. And they can't trade with anyone unless France, approves of it. So these are the, yeah.
This is what happened. You know when y'all traded us for Hennessy and some shoes?
Hold on, why you keep bringing old stuff? When you came here, I told you. Why you want to talk about old stuff, man?
There's a reason why.
We sent you for training.
The African
we sent you for training.
But listen, the African mentality is to always trade with motherfuckers that have nothing good for you.
I mean,
this was training.
You sign all these treaties and shit, and then expect these motherfuckers not to do nothing wrong. This is crazy.
Someone is
so what do we do?
It was the house Negroes that signed it.
The corruption in y'all's thinking is what leads to y'all's downfall.
Okay, now we don't want it. We don't want it. Now, so what we do?
Now you gotta fight to take it away.
That's why we're fighting. That's why we won't fight. So you down with us, right?
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm American, so I ain't got that. I don't have that fight. But I hear what you. Listen, I don't think that there should be any outsiders that live in Africa. That's just how I feel on any country in Africa.
So, bro, you ain't gonna fight, bro.
I don't believe in immigration. I don't believe in immigration at all.
Well, it's too late for that. Here's the thing.
But the thing is,
we already sent our people over here. We to America. I'm not there. We already sent our people to America for training. So that's yeah.
Even training the troops.
Isn't you and Judah the ones espousing that the Europeans are the ones going to those regions to trade business over there? I mean, you're the same people inviting them to go over there.
Look at
everybody train with. Honestly, everybody train with everybody. Even French come here to train with Africans. Like this. They have military training everywhere in the world.
I mean trading.
Yes.
Trading, like trade as far as
what did the Africans train the French? I don't understand that.
The uranium.
Okay, so they trained on how to steal y'all resources.
Gold.
My man. Come on, man.
Let me
help out with what, man?
Let me read this. Our movement said Dr. Cisse, political scientist, announced he would like to see Gambia lead the military intervention into Niger, according to Fadu Network. Yeah, St. James, this is another politician, so-called politician in my country. Yeah. So don't take it to heart. He wants Gambia to lead the way. Well, we got ECOWAS right now as the force over there.
Alpha
So
Damus and Zongo, you guys are African. You guys are Anglophone Africans. What I can tell you tonight, tell your people this is a Francophone issue.
Yeah.
And you guys in the back seat, order your popcorn and let the
No, Akufado. Hold on, St. James. Do you know Akufado led Ghana into Francophone countries? Do you know Akufado did that? Not only did he, yeah. So I mean,
I know. He was trying to be French a little bit, right? When he first got to power, he was trying to be French a little bit.
Yeah, because he had education.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man, what you gonna do? Look out, boys, it's coming through. Yeah, man, yeah, man. Boy, he got educated feet.
No, I'm not espousing for that. I'm saying that in fact he actually retrogressed.
no, that music is for all the ECOWAS leaders who want to send in their troops. When you say Nana Akufo, you said he went into the French territory, so I had to give him a good song. He's doing a great job out there.
Yeah, he was like, man, listen, we thought he was the guy, you know. Even us in Bukit, we're like, yo, this dude looked like he's gonna do some good things for Ghana. I don't know if he did. That's what you guys.
His party in the past, they've always been anti-immigration. They've always been pro-West. I mean, this is the current party. I mean, it's the opposition party in Ghana that has always been like pro immigration. They have always been like socialists, you know.
So why did he pull that stuff in the state, though?
Longo, are you?
Why did he pull that stuff in the state, though?
What I mean, immigration within the West African region. I mean,
no, he's asking, are you pro-immigration?
Yes, I am, because I mean, my tribe doesn't come from Ghana originally.
I know the Zongo stuff. Zongo ain't no. I got a tribe here in Kokos. We got Zongo here in Burkina.
Yeah, Zongos are everywhere. They are, migrants from, from different.
That wasn't a question. I said, are you pro-immigration?
I say yes, I am.
Okay, well, that's going to be your downfall.
It's not,
bro. I want you in Africa, man.
Well, he's saying they're the immigrants. They immigrate. They're the ones that go to different places.
Yeah, but y'all. So
I am one of them. So
but you're from the African continent. So to me, you can't immigrate from the African continent if you're going from country to country. That's all. But you're still within the same continent. That's like me saying I'm an immigrant to Canada. Come on now.
And that's the thing, Uncle Tom. I agree, Uncle Tom. This is why me personally, I believe in staying where I was born. I do not believe in traveling. And that's just how I'm going to keep it.
Uncle Tom is crazy, man. His understanding of English language.
Uncle Tom, if these people copy me, we wouldn't have these immigration issues anywhere.
Immigration has to do with movement between countries.
I understand what immigration is, but I'm saying y'all are on the same continent. So to me, it's not real traditional.
Oh no, it is. It is immigration. We can let the Nigerians in.
They wouldn't allow you to vote if you come from
the Ghanaians. They are suspicious of the Nigerians,
and this is why you have so many different African nations that fall to the American and the white dollar over there. It's okay because we know if we get one of y'all, the rest of y'all.
You pivoted. We just want you in Africa. That's all.
Yeah, but Uncle,
guys, let's do our closing statement so I can come back again with the democracy one, because we have a very brilliant Ghanaian named Sam George. He doesn't work for the French, that's for sure. He is not working for the French. So I guarantee you, Zongo, when Zongo calls in, he is going to, if he opposes Sam George, we would know who Zongo is working for.
No, Sam George's party are the opposition party, right? So they have always been,
here we go. He started. Zongo, did you talk to the French embassy by any chance?
I said his party, they have always been socialists in their political ideologies. So
what is your leanings, sir? Are you a socialist or a Marxist, or what are you?
Zongo sounds leftist.
I mean, I'm a capitalist. I believe in capitalism.
Which way?
Huh?
In which ways?
Well, man, I'm benefiting from capitalism, so why not?
Okay.
Yeah, that much I can say. Zongo, because you know he said several things to St. James. He said these African countries, they should be worried about, you know, French master cutting their welfare checks from going there, from cutting them off from flying in the white man's good plane, and you know he just saying all this stuff. This is why I'm in Africa. I'm not worrying about all that. Talking about white man going to cut the check off. They can keep the check. I'm keeping my African check. That's
Hey,
right.
Them white dollars do add up though.
I mean, if that was
My man.
the problem is he doesn't.
My
speak
man
for
makes
the
sense,
people.
man. If it
Zongo,
makes sense, right?
Yeah, Zongo said, you know, they gotta worry about white master cutting off the checks. That's all he's saying.
After that, I was trying to say something, right? And then, you know, Zongo, you know, us from the Sahel, right? We don't like threat. Trust me, if you see someone from the Sahel region, he will tell you. If you threat somebody from the Sahel region, he will tell you, bring it. That's the way we are. You know, when ECOWAS make threats, you know, they have to carry on because those people, they're going to back down.
Yeah, but St. James,
You know, and that's what I'm worried. That's why I'm worried that, you know.
No, St. James, but those days in the past is over. You know, if you don't have,
It's not over. It's still ongoing today, right? You see it, right?
If you don't have
Zongo, are you willing to have a French takeover again, like a super French majority?
No, not necessarily. No.
So what's then, Zongo, what are they supposed to do?
Wait
let me finish. Zongo, what's not going to happen again, right? It's when your president Nana Akufo, right, want to speak for Africans, right, and we'll tell Pan-Africans, right? We will give them the middle finger. You know, that's what's not going to happen again. You know,
I'm not praising
when they
now.
speak. I'm being honest. Listen, that's what's not going to happen because we're going to make sure any president that will think that we can speak for African will be the one that will choose. You know.
Zongo want the
It's
white
not going to
man
happen.
to
After
take
this,
over.
the whole continent will know. After this, the whole continent, like as far as the west side, will know who can speak for African and who cannot. That's what we're going to find out. We'll stand for the people. We'll stand for the oppressors. That's what we want to make happen.
I think Zongo want the white man to take over Africa.
Yes, he made that clear. Zongo said, he said, wait, let me say what he said. He said the Africans are incompetent. We don't know what to do with the diamond, the gold, and the gas. Let's let the white man. Let's let the white man come over there and take it out, and then the white man can continue to give us welfare checks.
Yeah, but that's true. They don't have the superior technologies to be able to.
But Zongo, the white man is not trying to give the people checks. He's making us come to the white man's country and make us work.
Did you just say?
Absolutely.
So you saying the African don't have the technology to actually do their own bidding?
That's what Zongo is saying.
They don't have it. I mean, in most cases. Why are you shocked? Why are you shocked, my friend?
That's why I see so many Chinese in Ghana, bro. That's why.
No, Uncle Tom, why are you shocked?
The reason why I'm asking is because simple fact is I was told from my American counterparts here in America, the Black Americans, that Africans started everything. They bought everything. They do everything.
You didn't go to college.
But you stated that Africans don't know how to even cultivate their own land.
Wait, Uncle Tom, Uncle Tom, why you gotta tell on the blacks, man?
What I mean,
tell me, have you not heard the blacks say that?
I've heard it. The blacks created everything except the white systems. They run away from that one.
Oh no, they blame the white system for everything, even though they're a part of the white system. It's okay.
So Uncle Tom, you're shocked that the blacks in Africa, Zongo is just making up stories. The blacks in Africa know the goal.
I thought y'all were far superior than us American blacks. You know, hands up, don't shoot over here. I'm just asking if y'all not that superior there, Zongo. Who you think should be running all these African countries?
You guys, but not that massa.
Do you think Meghan Markle should be running y'all's country, something like that?
Oh, maybe Ghana.
I think.
All right.
Uncle Tom, I think you kind of like minimizing what I'm saying, but in
I'm
reality,
not minimizing. I asked a simple question. You said that they can't cultivate their own land. They don't have the mental fortitude or technology to run.
To do it, yes, Zongo, you did say that.
So he's saying that if we cannot run it, we should let the other run it.
Yes,
right?
the white man run it, and yeah.
Even the president from Burkina Faso, he went all the way to Russia looking for the technology to be able to generate electricity for his country. I mean, if they had the technology, would they be going outside?
This was supposed to be a 50-50 deal, right?
Oh my God!
Did you listen? Did you listen to what he said?
The 50 deal is coming with the technology. That's what it means, and the human capital.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
And there will be a transfer. There will be a transfer of technology, and after a few months or years, it will be a Burkinabe 100% run company. That's what the president said.
So why were you shocked at the time when I made such statement? Why were you shocked?
No. I'm not saying. Listen, I'm not the one who said we cannot benefit from the West, and I never said that, bro. I never said we cannot.
I don't mean you, St. James. I don't mean. I meant.
Okay.
I mean, Uncle Tom. I even laid it out for you from my standpoint over here in the good old U.S. of A. I was told that the African blacks and the African American blacks started everything. They learned y'all math. They learned the white folks how to wash their ass. They learned all the
Zongo got caught tonight. Let's Zongo answer.
The great pyramids. They done so much great things, but I'm listening to you, Zongo, and I'm asking.
Look, Zongo is Chinese. I think Zongo is lying to us. He's Chinese. He can be African. Oh, you see, Uncle Tom. You see what you brought. You see what you brought upon us. The Pan-African is responding. He said, "You see what you had to bring me into this." He said, "Damn, I don't know who's a bigger sellout, Nigerian Uncle Tom or Afridamus." Uncle Tom, you see what you brought upon me too?
I didn't bring anything. I'm just asking simple questions. And he was telling me that the African countries are retarded. And they can't cultivate their own land.
Well, you got the response from a black in America saying, now he's calling you and I the sellout.
Yeah, no,
tell Judah to bring his behind over here, man.
They don't
Judah. Did Judah miss the part to show that Cameroon is owned by France? Did Judah miss that?
They don't have
Cameroon
cry tonight, man. Don't make him cry.
Cameroon is owned by France. I've shown the video here. The Cameroon port is owned by France. All their natural resources is owned by France. That's why they got Paul Biya in charge for 40 years. And anything they say, guess what? The French gave him, good military equipment. They even gave him white people that can come and kick the ass of those blacks if they get out of line. How many blacks in the hood you know?
Isn't that what the Chinese are doing now? I've seen a couple of Chinese, damn, they were whipping some of you Africans. I remember seeing a video of that. You want me to look it up and send it to you?
No, those were not. Don't embarrass our people like that.
I mean, why are you acting like what I'm saying?
The warrior of the blacks.
But we are
acting like what I'm saying is wrong.
We are the best blacks.
I'm gonna need y'all to act like it. Quit letting all these pussy ass French take y'all over and decide what's good for the African blacks.
Now you're talking about
we already know the African American is already underneath the white slave culture that we will always be beneath white supremacy. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to stand up and take for yourself.
Uncle Tom,
all right, man. I got you, my bro. That's what's up.
Uncle Tom, in France, right, 70% of their energy come from nuclear, and the natural resources they get it from Niger. Now, Niger happens to be one of the poorest countries in the world. How did that happen?
How did y'all let that happen?
Okay, they don't have that technology. They don't have it.
Zongo.
They don't have the technology. They don't have the human capital. They just been outsmarted. I mean, that's the reality. I mean, they acknowledge that and find solution to the problem. The better.
So, Zongo, are you saying Cameroon is not smart? That France owning them too?
Which country in Africa is smart? But
Judah, hold on. But Judah, the problem is Judah.
all these
Oh,
countries
Duale,
are
hold
run
on,
by
Duale.
Europeans,
Yes,
man.
hold on. We forgot Duale is here. Duale, what were you gonna say?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm just gonna ask a question, then leave. Okay, this is a thing, right? Someone says Cameroon port is run by French. This is a thing.
Yes.
How come Cameroon is still far better off than some of these Anglophone countries, and they
No,
still
it's not.
pay tax
It's
to France?
no, it's not. It's not better because you guys don't own it. These other countries
But
you
what
saying
I'm
you're
saying
better
in
than,
terms of
they own.
development,
No, no,
how
no.
come things are
That's
still going
French
well?
money. Look, Cameroon is no different than how the hood is owned by white people. You
Bro,
guys are in a project.
bro,
You
do you
know
get
that,
my
right?
point?
Cameroon is a
How come you
project
live
for
in
the
a
French.
project? How
That's
come
why
you
they
live
are
in a
building. They built
So
it for. They're building it.
the project is called Cabrini Green.
St. James?
So, look, the white people are built. They built it because it's their property. That's why they are building it. You think that's for you guys? You guys are
In
just
one
the
point in time,
Negroes.
you guys
You guys
not
are
allowed
just
to
the
take a
Negroes
piss,
that
man.
wait. You guys are just the Negroes that pay taxes.
They are
That's it.
supervisors. They are
You're
supervisors.
supervising it, and Paul Biya is the head of the supervisors.
You see, when you have somebody on the panel like Zongo running his mouth and saying all these things, man, like, it's quite unfortunate that I came late and I'm not gonna speak for so long. But this is the thing: all Africa is in the same shit.
No, no,
You
no,
know,
not
we
they are
we are
not all in the same. No,
no.
Jude,
Let me finish,
Jude,
man.
you missed the
Let me
video.
look. I might align with Zongo that we have been outsmarted by the white man. And that's a fact. Because if you see the way we even do things, it is even said that the black Africans, their IQ is as low as a tortoise. I mean, even a lizard.
But
So we are not even capable of
Jude,
doing anything for
hold on,
ourselves, man. Come on, man.
Jude. You guys literally, Cameroon is paying colonial tax. Jude, you guys' money is developing France. You do know this, right?
So what is the point? What are you talking about?
Hey, Judah, ain't you in
So your
Arizona
country
right
that is
now?
not exactly what I'm saying is your country that is not developing a European country. How
Uncle
come
Tom,
you are
you
still
ain't
broke
shit.
though?
Jude,
I gotta go to St. James, man. It's okay.
Uncle Tom.
Please. I got a better option for us. We
What
are.
you
I
have, man?
know you guys are bilingual. I get it. I got a better option for us, man. So we are. Me being a francophone and you being under, the French, right? Let's leave the anglophone countries out, man. Let's link up and handle our business. You don't think we should supposed to be doing that? Let's not do the
Bro,
back and forth. Listen,
every
What is wrong?
country in
Hold on a second. What is wrong with the segregation coming from St. James today? I mean,
no,
it's
it's not segregation.
Anglophone.
So listen, it's not segregation. I'm under the
Seclusion.
impression, right? Alfredamus is come from an anglophone country, and he understands the situation.
but
You
the
coming from an
Anglophone
anglophone
country is
country,
coming
right?
from is
Some
even
of
as
the
worse.
Ghanaians, right? Some of the Ghanaians don't understand our issues. I'm being honest with you. You don't understand our issues.
Including myself.
I'm not saying you. I'm just saying you guys. Some of you guys don't understand our issue. When
St.
I
James
listen
tell
to
him he doesn't know the issue. That's why
Yeah,
he's also
Zongo, I don't
even
think
support
Zongo
of
knows.
Niger.
Zongo, do you know that France owns even Guinea-Bissau now? They bought it from the Portuguese.
Afidemus,
Like, what
do
do you
you know?
mean?
Do you
See,
know?
they own the country. Is that what
Do
you
you know
mean?
British owns most of these English countries as well?
No, they do not. No, they do
Oh
not.
wow! When I came on the panel last week, I was telling you how most of these English countries they are still in a cave because they really don't know that they are being,
Jude,
controlled by the Europeans. So they
Jude,
feel they are free, but they are not. It's like the
Jude.
blacks in America. You
No,
feel
Jude,
you are free, but
Jude,
you
you
are
guys
not.
are Jude.
Wait a minute. We're not going to talk about the blacks in America. This is an all African fight right now.
Yes.
Oh, come on,
Here's
man.
what I'm going to say. If you look at the way the Chinese has taken over their country and has integrated their life in every shape, form, and everyone's listen. If y'all was to not allow these other countries into your country without letting them know that all the intellectual property that they're gonna send to you guys to do all the work, you would own your own things like
Uncle
the Chinese do.
Uncle
What
Tom.
it is y'all are so focused on the right now and the money right now instead of actual gaining the experience and the knowledge to run your own country. Since you said that Africans are so dumb, I mean those are your words, not mine.
No. Nobody said that. I mean, most of the countries are not fully industrialized, right? So in attempts trying to industrialize, I mean,
Again, did you hear what I said? I said if you went around like the Chinese did, it started with the intellectual property that will let y'all understand what's going on. And guess what? Y'all will be able to create the same thing like Chinese do. They have a knockoff for everything that comes into their country that America brings. You can do the same thing to the French.
Africans have the same mindset like African Americans. African Americans have not been able to do anything for them own
We
self.
already
It's
said
the
we're not
same
going
like
to do no
Africans,
American
bro.
slander when you're in Arizona.
Oh, I'm not in Arizona, but this is the same mentality we have, man. Come on, bro. We cannot do anything for our own selves. We depend on them to come in.
No. I have a birthright from America, so I don't have to. I am integrated with the white community, so there's no African black or American black to me. I'm just American, sir.
So you champion the integration.
Guys, hold on. Let me play something here. I want you guys to see something here, okay? Supergirl, thank you for the super chat. Supergirl said, can the rowdy West Africans on panel let Duale speak now, please? Yes, Duale will speak next, especially with this video. I want you guys to see this, okay? You know, some of the countries that are paying taxes, they think they own the country, but this is a project, you know, especially the bigger project here. You see this? This is Paul Biya, the president of the head nigger in charge in Cameroon, right? He's here with the French daddy. Here we go.
Historical relationship with Cameroon has been marked by exploitation and unequality, even after Cameroon gained independence. France has profited from Cameroon's valuable natural resources, including oil, minerals, and timber, often at the expense of fair compensation and development opportunities for the Cameroonian people. The use of the CFA franc currency, controlled by the French treasury, has maintained economic ties that limit Cameroon's monetary autonomy. Additionally, trade imbalances have skewed in favor of France, exacerbating Cameroon's challenges in achieving self-sustaining growth. Political interference from France has further complicated matters, impacting Cameroon's sovereignty and self-governance. Raising awareness about this exploitation is crucial, as it highlights the need for fair, respectful, and mutually beneficial relationships between nations, promoting true development and equality. 7.
Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Hold on, Paul Biya. That's Paul Biya, the president of Cameroon. He has educated feet.
I can do some shuffling too. Look out, man! What you gonna do? Look out, boys! It's coming through. Yeah, man! Yeah, man! Boy, he got educated feet.
Duale, welcome in. Duale, how do you see the how much educated feet does Paul Biya have?
Well, not as a very French man. But also, I want to say something. You know,
your audio is messing up.
You're gonna have to if you go in there and adjust this stuff to adjust automatically, it'll fix it.
Afidemos, thanks, man. I'll be back. You know, I gotta go somewhere. I just came in to say hi, man. You know,
Judah, before you leave, what would you say about Paul Biya? I
have nothing to say, man. I'm Ambazonian, so you know, Paul Biya should stay in his own corner. You know, I have nothing to do with
it. But are you Cameroonian?
No, I'm Ambazonian, bro. You know,
Judah.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Are you guys gonna rally, man? Burkina, Mali, and whatever.
We are
Amazonia. You need to rally, man.
We are already rallying, bro. It's in the project, so we don't care about Francophone Cameroon. We care about Ambazonian. So that's what we're fighting for.
We gonna see you tomorrow in Niger.
No, you're gonna see Judah in Arizona doing what he can do for the American people.
Hey, Uncle Tom, you think Judah is gonna go over there and fight this French from
We all know Judah like being in America. It's okay. He loves it. I understand. I love it too. That's why he's a part of the blackity.
Look, is Amazonia even a real country?
I don't know.
I never heard. Judah. Judah, why don't you want to claim Cameroon?
I've heard him claim Cameroon before. I'm shocked that he's not claiming it now. I'm about to clutch my pearls.
I think Judah ran away. I've never seen him run. I've never seen him run this fast.
Oh, he in Salt Lake City. Oh, my bad. Arizona, Salt Lake City.
I heard someone. I heard it was cooked by Nakmizi earlier today. So he's still recovering from.
Nah, Judah cannot get cooked, man.
By Nakmizi, he was cooked by.
Who is Khalid?
Fuck Nakmizi, bro. Fuck Nakmizi.
Oh no insult. Who? Oh, Dirt.
No, it's Khalid Queen.
Okay, Khalid Quinn. What do you want to add here before we close out?
Judah is funny and all that kind of stuff. It's an interesting topic.
Khalid, why do you sound like a dusty African? Are you?
What are you trying to say, bro? What are you trying to say, man?
Are you from? Are you like from one of those dusty countries? What's going on?
Fucking dusty, fucking. What are you trying to? What are you trying to insinuate, my brother? What are you trying to insinuate?
Jesus.
I
was hoping to hear from Judah. I was hoping that he would tell Uncle Tom how the blacks are so useless. But Uncle Tom, he ran away from you. But why did you make him run?
I didn't make him run. I just shot that he.
No, because you started laughing. You started laughing.
Because we all know he's full of shit.
Wow. Duale, come back before. Guys, let's do our closing statements here. Who wants to start first?
Judah has been he's been eating his Popeyes fried chicken here in America, and that's why he's not going back. I don't think he's been back since he stepped foot in America.
I haven't heard him say he's been. He said there's no peace there, so he's here to support the people.
Hey, I'll be the first to go. Hey, Africa, this was a great show. I loved it. Thanks for having me up. You guys have a great one, brother.
Thank you, Uncle Tom, for coming. All right, let's have Khalid Quinn since you came in last. Go ahead, Khalid.
What was I gonna say? Regarding
Khalid, are you FBA?
Fucking FBA. What the fuck is that FBA? Man? Who wants to be an FBA?
You sound like you're what?
No, not an FBA and all that stuff. I'm a proper pure African, Muslim African. You know
oh God. Okay. What is your closing statement on the French?
What it sound like? They don't even fucking know where they are. They don't even know what time it is and all that stuff. Hey, I gotta say something to St. James. James, we're all with you. We're all with Burkina Faso. We support Burkina Faso. We support Mali and all that stuff. And if shit gets to the fan, we are all ready for bullshit. We are all ready for the fight, man. St. James, it's not just you, bro. A whole lot of people are having to question our careers, man. Maybe I was meant to be a soldier. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing with my life.
So Dirt, sorry, Khalid. So you're gonna be
supposed to be a soldier for Damas, man.
Okay, so Khalid, you will be ready to pack up and go to the Sahel for this battle.
I'll be out there and fucking shooting motherfuckers, bro.
All right, thank you.
Who's that?
Where does this clown comes from, though?
Oh, it's Dirt.
Who's that?
It's Dirt, of course.
He sounds like he was mumbling all the while.
Yeah, that's Let's allow Duale. You finally came in. Go ahead, Duale. Closing statement and whatever you wanted to say earlier. Speak up. Can you speak up?
I'm sorry.
Sorry, we can't hear you, sir.
Where is he? Is he in the
He's
US?
in, but we can't hear him.
Is he in the US or where? Where is he?
Duale is in Germany.
Oh, he's in Germany. Oh, okay.
I'm not sure. What's up with your internet, man?
Man,
I
don't think he doesn't have that good Nazi internet. He's probably
St. James, are you back or are you still back in Burkina Faso?
I'm still here, my bro, man. I mean, I can't leave, right?
Yeah, I mean you got good internet, even back from like all the way, you know.
Yeah, I gotta have good internet. I have to conduct business here. You know,
Zongo. Zongo, you said that. Zongo, you say you think I'm Supergirl. Supergirl is my moderator.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. How can I be her at the same time?
I mean, you can create different account. It's possible.
Right. But you know me, I'm straightforward. I don't need to do all that shady stuff. People hiding in the dust. We just lay it out here.
Oh,
You get what you see.
okay.
Yeah, no hiding with Afridamus. You should know this by now, Zongo.
Yeah.
So Zongo, your closing statement. And Zongo, when I bring the Sam George thing, I would like to have you on that one, because one time when I talked about Sam George, I sensed some hate from your side, but I want to hear it.
No, I don't hate. Afridamus, you gotta understand. I don't have any political leanings. If you make sense, if you're
No, but you last time you were trying to say, oh, he's just talking, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, Afridamus, Sam George. I mean, they've been out of power for the past 2 terms.
Are you trying to accuse him of being a disgruntled man?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that they're taking approaches to garner support. I mean, it could
He's
be,
the real Pan-Africanist.
I mean, he could be a populist just to gain vote. I mean, whatever. But I'm not moved by that personally.
Zongo, I think our president is a populist. Based on what I heard from you today.
Oh no, I don't think so. I don't think so.
You don't think so?
Traore? No, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think he's a walking Thomas Sankara. When people they have nostalgic memories about Thomas Sankara, this is how he looks like.
So he walk like a girl, thinking about a man or something.
That's not what I mean. What I mean is that the point I'm trying to say is that I understand sometimes as a leader you have to be assertive. You have to have all the leadership capabilities. But it's much more than that,
Zongo, have you noticed something about that guy and several of the new? Have you noticed his physique? That guy's physique alone tells you he is not about joke. The guy is not only mentally ready; he's physically ready. The guy is been in the gym working out. Okay, he is physically, mentally, he's ready to shoulder this. Okay.
Yeah, but Afridamus to run an economy.
I think Afridamus to cut this short, right? I think you gotta make a video about the guy.
I'm going to.
I will help you with all the links about the guy. So
yeah.
I would hope that Zongo can come watch it. I think you are conflated that him being young and not knowing much, right?
Of course, he doesn't know much.
Okay, so when we make the video, you will see exactly what we're talking about here. Because for you Africans, right? When you finish school in America, you were banging on all the doors for somebody to give you a shot. No experience. You were banging on all the doors, and they gave you a shot. And you will fight anybody who will tell you you're too young for the job, right?
No, St. James.
Yes, Zongo.
Hold on, St. James. hold on, friend. Let me set the record straight. First of all, I mean, I'm not discounting him because he's young. No, I'm not. I'm saying regardless whatever he takes, he still needs the advice of expertise, in order to be able to run the country.
But he's getting that though.
He has the government. He has the government.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's not like one leader alone cannot run the country.
Wait, Zongo, did you think he was doing it in the Amin style? He himself going into the cells and whipping people's ass?
That's what I'm thinking when I think of
I mean, come on, you know he's no idiot. I mean, if you talking smack, they arrest you. Instead of letting his torturers do it, he himself would come and whoop your ass. This guy is not doing that.
And I'm saying,
you remember that video you played last time about Traore, right?
Yeah.
You remember that lady that was sitting behind him?
Yeah.
She's been in government for, how long she's been in government? And she was behind him.
Oh, she looks proud. She was.
Yes.
Yeah.
She's the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And she's been in government before Traore.
Yeah.
So, and you mean to tell me he doesn't listen to those people? I don't know.
He's not going to understand economics. He's not going to understand a lot of
Zongo, but he's not a one-man thing. That's why you got people.
It's not a young man thing.
Yeah. You put people, in charge. It's not like a one-man show. That's not what you wait, Zongo. You truly believe that it's a one-man show?
I mean, because most like military leaders, when it comes to power, it's either you are
So
on
wait,
their
Zongo,
terms.
do you think he needs elderly advice from, let's say, an elder man like Nana Akufo or Tinubu? Or do you think maybe I think Tinubu should give him advice?
No, I think the institutions in Burkina Faso can give him advice. I mean,
No, Zongo. What I mean, Zongo, Nana Akufo and Tinubu are great statesmen. Are you telling me they can't give him good advice?
no, man. No. I mean, for me, I believe in the institutions, right? Like, let's say, like, when it comes to economics, right? I mean, the professors over there, they have knowledge about the history of the country, what trade deals that was done in the past that wasn't wrong. How can we move forward in the future, right? Like, there has to be people with more informed knowledge.
He was able to get all these colonial agreements back in check. You know, to see
Zongo, do you watch CNN?
Huh?
I was asking Zongo, do you watch CNN or MSNBC by any chance?
I haven't watched that in a while. No.
Oh.
No, I don't watch
So
it.
why Zongo, when you say he doesn't understand economics, right? So I was able to find all these lopsided deals that didn't benefit the countries. I was able to find all that out.
I mean, if you didn't study economics, do you think you're gonna understand that?
Oh, when they tell you he's a soldier, you think he didn't go to school, didn't graduate from university? Is that what you think?
Regardless, if you went to school, your knowledge is based on certain area. I mean, other areas you still need others' expertise to help you with that.
So you got all the expertise to be a president. Do you name me one who has all the expertise to be a president?
I mean, the point I'm saying that generally military leaders, when they come to power, people tend to fear them. So the learned ones tend to run away. They are unable to.
Well, if they are righteous, they shouldn't run away.
Oh, okay.
Technically, have you seen this guy on the street? People are afraid of him. Have you seen him on the street? People want to get close to him. It's not. People are not afraid of him, man.
If they're not afraid of him, hold on, hold on. St. James, you are the spokesperson of Burkina Faso, right? So if you're saying certain things, it means you are clarifying my preconceived notion about what I'm assuming.
We are closing about now, and you haven't said anything that I've asked you. Like I'm asking you, when I ask you a question, you deflect, and I accept it.
Ask me a question there. Ask me, what were you asking?
No, I already asked you. I don't want to go back. I told you to tell me what we are doing that you think is going to be detrimental for the country. You did not even address it.
Oh,
you said no. We want to make sure we don't disrupt the old boy club. That's what you said.
I think you should encourage different views of opinions in the country. You know, you shouldn't just be.
And it doesn't exist here in my country.
You asked me a question, and you asked for my opinion. I'm just giving my opinion, right? I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
And your opinion is not based on fact. You just said you got to give everybody the right to speak, and this is what's happening here.
DG said Zongo is playing African Tribalism 101.
That's what he's doing.
Okay.
Well, Zongo, your closing statement, can you let him, so we can close out? Right. Zongo, what do you want to say?
Hey, I don't want St. James to misconstrue me. I'm not, speaking with bias. I mean,
when Obama came to power, what did some of the people say about his name?
St. James.
No, I'll let you finish. What did they say? You can't run the country. It's too woo woo woo. That's what they said in America.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the point I'm trying to say is that Niger, Burkina Faso, a lot of these countries, I mean, most of them, they don't have the technologies. Regardless whether they let different one out, they're still going to bring someone in to help them to extract their resources in order to benefit it. Regardless, the resources cannot help the entirety of those countries. It has to be more than that. Most of these advanced countries are not solely relying on just natural resources. There are other resources that brings them wealth. And most of them, they don't make most of their resources in their own countries. They go beyond the shores of their countries to attract wealth into their own countries to the betterment of their citizens. I think
thank you.
This is
Thank
the
you,
angle
Zongo.
that a lot of people have to look at instead of just relying just on natural.
And Zongo, Judah
whatever.
said, ever since Zongo got married that FBA lady, his view on African issues has diminished. Well, thank you, Zongo. All right. St. James, closing statement. Go ahead, St. James.
Well, that was a great show, man. I appreciate it. Let me respond to my man Zongo and our close, right? For us, right, we gotta make it clear, when these military take power, I can only speak for my country. We never told anybody to leave the country. We never told anybody we don't want to do business with them. That's not what we're doing. We are just looking for different partners as well. If a deal doesn't benefit us, we're gonna go somewhere else. And every country is doing that, right? So, I mean, and when Zongo says it's gonna take more than resources, I agree with you. Nobody never said it's just the resources, So let's not pretend when it's one country you have to do more, and when it's another country you have to do less. For you to be respected. And every other country here in West Africa deserve that respect.
Absolutely.
So let's stop undermining one another. In the dark room. I mean, as an African, West African, I feel like there is a lot of hypocrisy amongst ourselves. And if we cannot address it as African, then we can't be together. I don't respect ECOWAS. I don't have no law for it. My people don't have no law for it. The way it's going, I'm being honest with you. I don't want war. I don't want war, right? But I'm just being. If you don't get to that, I want our country to pull out, man. Listen. We can't. You seen the Afrodamus? Have you seen the last meeting in Nigeria with all these white people standing on the side?
Yeah.
Have you seen it?
Oh no.
And this is not. And this doesn't bother you?
Right.
It bothers me. It bothers me. And Africans, we should be like, listen, we can't even have a medium to talk to one another without even being bothered about somebody else. I'm not saying we shouldn't be looking for white partners, but this is an African issue. What these people are doing over there?
That's
even like and this kind of meeting, and you are sending a wrong signal to people like, okay, this is an African issue. You about to go attack a country, and you are letting another race that don't have anything to do with us sit in the room and watch. And you think we should be proud of that? I'm not proud of what I saw. If you are proud of that, then we shouldn't be together. Listen, this Sahelian man, listen, you cannot threat them. You cannot put a threat on them. They're not going to take it. That's why Niger don't take those kind of meetings. You put an embargo on them, you put all kind of sanction on them, and before you take a flight to their country to discuss, of course they're not going to receive you. You're trying to kill them before. You killing me, right? Even by you try to kill me, and you want me to take the meeting at the same time. How can that work? All this embargo and all these sanctions, these are the Western barbaric tactic that the African just took, and they want to impose on one another.
Shame on Tinubu for that. Thank you very much.
That's not good.
Shame on Tinubu and ECOWAS.
Shame on them.
Shame on them.
Listen, Afrodamus, again and again, we let that situation happen to Libya. They killed Gaddafi. No, the Sahel hasn't been the same for more than 15 years. Our country, we believe if that's to happen to Niger, we will never be safe again. And I'm worried about that. I'm not worried about no democracy in Niger. These people in ECOWAS, they're not worried about no democracy. They don't care. They will disrupt the region. They will make your people suffer. These French will stand behind to benefit. And they will have the last pictures of us brother fighting in the West for everybody else to see. This is slavery 2.0. This is slavery 2.0. Just get ready for that.
Thank you, St. James. Thank you. All right, UFC, you came in. Let me read this. Judah said, ECOWAS is sponsored by Europeans. Oh, I'm guessing. Oh, here we go. Gambia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Ivory Coast are puppets. Here we go. UFC, well, you came in like, but you're closing. Here
Yes,
we go, Judah, you don't need to be upset, Judah. The thing is, it's like, Cameroon, France still own Cameroon. And we're trying to help free you guys. But go ahead, UFC, closing.
Afterdemus, I kind of support, agree mostly with Zongo on this.
Okay.
Let me say something.
Go ahead.
Most of us that come on this platform to speak, we have options. Some of these people, they have other passport or they have other country resident. The main people that live or that are on ground, that live in this country, they don't have that option.
Right.
They don't. So this idea that military is the best military coup or military leader is the best for Africa it's not. Let me use Nigeria for example. The military, they cause most of the damage in Nigeria. You understand me? Yes, one thing I know they are good at, they can talk tough. Yes, I get that.
But it's a damage compared to
yes,
compared to because shortly after independence, that's when that all started.
Yes.
So some of the military, some of the progress in Nigeria, they brought that.
No. See, if you look at it, we were practicing regional government in Nigeria. All region they were in control of their resources. When the military took over, they made it unitary system. And this unitary system has been the, should I say, setback for Nigeria. Whereby everyone is turning to Abuja to see and fight and see what they can get. So for me, when it comes to Nigeria, the military set us back. Because if you look at it, most of these military officers, their educational qualifications are very low. They are low IQ.
But Tinubu, do you think Tinubu is very educated?
Yes, he is.
So those people that are saying Tinubu has fake certificate, is that true or they just...
It is politics. During election time, you see your opponent use all kinds of manner of propaganda against you. So the guy went to school.
So do you support Tinubu's decision?
No, I don't, because Nigeria is going through economic issue right now, so we don't have the resources to spend on a useless war.
But France is going to give it to you.
I don't think so. But see, let's calm down. I was going through Twitter just now. I think the president of Niger announced that they should give the government 3 years to transit back to what they call it, democracy.
Transition. Who said that? Chiani?
Yes, he just said that because the ECOWAS sent some delegation today, so they meet with the president.
They sent another one again.
Yes, they sent another delegation today, so he received them, and I think after a while, then he tried to release the news, like broadcast live. This broadcast.
So what about this? Because yesterday I was listening to, one of my favorite Nigerian analyzers, and he was saying that what's his name again? Tinubu's opponent.
Obi.
Yeah. So Obi wants to get the I guess Tinubu's transcripts, and apparently saying Tinubu is was a drug dealer. I'm not saying it's true, or not, but
listen,
he was claiming maybe
let me
on him. But you're in Nigeria, so you would know better than me.
I listened to that guy on a Twitter space. Some of his supporters, they asked him. He said he's not contesting the result of the election. He's contesting the process. So he himself, he cannot point to the state he won that the result was changed. So it's just behaving like Trump, whereby Trump lost the election and decided said no, he didn't lose, he won the election. It's just something like that.
No, but if you look at here in America, right? Here in America, we can say for sure, because what is happening is suspicious, because here in America, you have the right to challenge elections results. You know, Hillary Clinton did, but the only person that, you know, quote unquote, cannot do, like, you're not even allowed to question anything, right? That is very, very suspicious.
No.
So,
hold on.
if you take it from CNN and others, you would think, oh yeah, Trump is this crazy person, but nah, not true. You are, in fact, in America, you are what?
I said he disputed the election results. Said he was
yes, you can. Yeah, you can dispute the election results. You can.
Yeah, same thing in Nigeria.
But what I'm saying is, right? Okay, why? You know, they didn't even give it a look. They made it an abomination. Still an abomination. But to question, you know, the election like that with Trump and Biden.
No, it's not, because I think really.
No, but what I'm saying is, because if people start asking questions and people start having debates, which is necessary, the truth would come out. But if you are saying, if you're saying this man is lying, if you say the man is a liar, for example, you should let him present the evidence so that people can just dismiss it. I'm not for anyone. I'm just saying we just want to know the real answer. You know what I'm saying? Because for me, truly, like, most of the time, it doesn't matter who the president is. But I'm just saying, you know, to clear it, you know, just, you know, let the guy challenge it, like Al Gore. Al Gore did that. You know, it was on TV. We all, you know, was seeing it. You know, so I think they should let that process happen, but not in this case. So we would never know what the truth really is, because
the good thing is that the current president right now, he does listen to the people, at least. If it was Buhari, yes, it was Buhari. Whenever I decide something, it doesn't go back. You understand me? If it was Buhari, he gave that 1 week, he would have proceeded without 1 week notice. You understand me? He would have listened to all the backlash and all that. He would just proceed and send the military there. So that's the difference between the two.
Okay, so I take it you're a Tinubu supporter. You think he's good for the country?
I'm not saying, like, the way he's handling the issue. At least it's open. Let's say open door for negotiation. You understand me? So I believe we are not going to war with Niger, because if you look at it, the people there, 50% of the people there are people from Katsina, Niger State, Sokoto, and Zamfara. So they are the same people. They speak the same native language. So I don't think they are going to do that. At least
I would hope so, because that would cause a lot of chaos.
Yeah, it will cause a lot of chaos. It will harm Nigeria badly, because most of the majority of the military officers, they are Hausa speaking people. So I don't think they will fight.
But you remember that Tinubu was the one that gave the deadline.
Afrodemus, you are not being fair with him. 11 presidents decide, then they read out the communique. It doesn't mean he was the one that single-handedly decided that decision. So let's be fair. Even in the let's use the Gambia issue. Did Nigeria decide everything that happened in Gambia? No, it was between ECOWAS.
Right.
So it's not. Let's not put it on Tinubu's head. I know he's trying to find a way, like peaceful solution, because he knows a lot of things are going on in Nigeria. The economy the economy is bad, and he need to focus on the economy and the Nigerian people, not.
So do you think Tinubu is Western puppet?
Of course, all of them they are.
Okay.
They are, because if you look at it, before the election, almost 3 of them they run to the UK, this Chatham House they call it, to give
Chatham House.
Yes, they went there to. They did summit. 3 of the candidates, so they are they are sellouts. Of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Come here, I tell you, no, they are not. They are 100%. They are sellouts, because you know why? Most of their stolen resources are stuck in these countries.
Yeah. Well, hopefully they get it together. And
oh, let me drop this. Tinubu, as we speak, he owned about $11 million mansion in the UK. So I don't think he's going to do anything against his Western master so they won't seize all his property and resources.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's why you gotta be careful getting house in master's house.
Yeah.
Oh, look at here we go. The cure. Say, Afrida must stop with your right-wing propaganda. The cure. What do you mean propaganda? You do not believe. The cure does not believe in the process. Anyways, but I have to leave though. That's
okay. Hold on. This last one. St. James was right. If you check the last meeting they had in Abuja, if you check, there were other white masters there. They sat in that meeting. The white master, the US, the French.
The US and the French. They are telling them, go ahead.
They are trying to put battery in their back and make them.
They are like I mean, that's happening because truly, just Africans by themselves, I don't think they really want to fight.
No, we don't, because it will cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, people just want to talk this, go back, eat their egusi soup, their gari, whatever. People don't want to fight.
See, it might lead to hunger crisis in Nigeria, because it will cause a lot of issue in the north, and the farmers there they will not be able to farm, and hunger in the country, and that will cause chaos. I don't know what will happen. So I choose peace. So let's dialogue with at least the 3 years he said this evening. Okay, we might try to negotiate and make it reduce it to like 2 years. Okay, good.
No, let them just let the man stay for 3. Like, I don't know what they want, but UFC, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll see you shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's bringing us to the end of today's show. So, Judah, you got 30 seconds. Judah, quick 30 seconds.
What's going on? Oh,
well,
yes,
I'm
sir.
about to
I just
close
want to
the
say,
show. You got 30 seconds.
Exactly. I just want to say, I'm out to support Burkina Faso, and I'm out to support Niger. I'm out to support Mali. I'm out to support Guinea-Bissau or Guinea-Conakry or whatever. This is the thing. All African countries should stand up and defend their right and kick out the white miners. The English African countries still do not believe that they are still being controlled by the Europeans. I'm trying to sponsor any English countries to start doing the same. Kick out Adama Barrow. Kicked out.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Affidavits, let me finish. I'm not.
No. Hold on.
Come on.
Let me read MS Delta. Hold on. Let me read MS Delta's super chat. Welcome in the house, MS Delta. It's been a while. Thank you for the support. He said, African brothers and sisters, stand strong. Get the French out. So, Judah, MS Delta, thank you very much. I totally agree. Look, so we are talking about getting the French out. You got the French in your country. You are over here talking about why should we get rid of Adama Barrow? What did he do?
Afidemos, when they talk of the French are standing out for the British. They are standing out for Americans. They are standing out for all white people. So I'm talking about all Africa should.
But what are you going to do about the French owning Cameroon, though? What are you?
That's what I'm saying. Cameroon is not left out. I'm talking about Cameroon, Adama Barrow of Gambia, Senegal,
But
Macky Sall,
he's not owned by
Sierra
France.
Leone, Bia or Bao or whatever. All these guys should be kicked out because the English countries in Africa are more of a sellout than even the French countries. Why the
But
French
what about
countries?
Ghana, though? What about Ghana?
What you mean? What about Ghana? Ghana is
The
also
president,
important.
no, he's a Pan-African.
Oh, what you mean? This is the same guy that runs to European Union and beg for money, man. Come on, bro.
It was a
Maybe one
loan.
of
He
these
wasn't
guys.
begging.
Look, Afidemos. Me and you know that all African countries are being fed by the white man, be it the French, be it
Wait,
the English.
so are you saying we're on welfare?
Bro, when was the last time Paul Biya went to Europe and begged for money like all these Nigerians
Paul
and
Biya does
Ghanaians are
not
doing?
beg. Didn't you? He's not begging because Paul Biya, France got access to the natural resources of Cameroon.
Right. So I wish all these African English countries should do the same and kicked out these Europeans because they are the ones that are begging. They keep going for World Bank organization to borrow the money and stuff like that, or international. It makes no sense because these monetary funds and organizations have not helped Africa since 1960. So we shouldn't be depending on these Europeans organization. We should create our own organization. And I thought these English countries have, a high IQ. Seems like most of them still have dementias, and their IQ has dropped. So that's why. Come on, man.
So
I
wait,
wanna
Jude, you wrote something earlier. What do you mean? He says Zongo ever since he something about when he married the FBA, his focus on Africa disappeared. What do you mean by that?
Oh man, did you realize that Zongo used to think straight back in the days when he just got on this panel? I mean, before
What do you mean he
got
thinks
roasted
straight?
before he got roasted by me,
But
after
what
he
do you
got
mean he
roasted
thinks
by me,
straight?
what I'm saying is after he got roasted by me, the way he was talking was, he was aligning with most of the things that, that Africans have to stand on their own and take their power, do a lot. He was on the right track, right? Out of a sudden, it seems like he has been getting more services from his FBA lady. Now his mentality or his view has changed on certain things, man, certain dynamics. He doesn't support Africans anymore. He support more of African
He supports
Americans.
but he supports Africa though.
Oh, come on, man! You cannot. How
No,
can you
well, just
support
because,
Africa? Yeah.
well, he's just bringing his perspective on how he sees.
No African in his right senses will be opposing what is happening in Niger, opposing what is happening in Burkina Faso.
Hold on, let me read this for you. Hold on, let me read this for you. MS Delta, thank you for the super chat. MS Delta said, first thing is first, the French is taking money and resources out, which is true, especially in Cameroon. So stop it. So Jude, you do realize you guys have the urgency, like MS Delta just wrote. He's like, look, they are taking money and resources. So why are you rambling about other stuff when money and resources is being taken?
I wasn't gonna be here for long, so I'm not gonna answer that question. But thank you
Thank
for
you for
bringing
the
me into
super
the
chat.
panel and doing my
Wait,
closing
you don't want to answer it?
No, I'm done, man. Yeah, Fidemos, take care of yourself. Thanks for coming in with this kind of news, and we liked it. You have
You
a good
like
day,
it?
man.
Are you sure, Jude?
Man, enjoy your week, man. I'm gonna
No,
enjoy mine. Take care, man.
Jude, we'll invite you again.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'll be available, man.
Okay, thank
No
you,
problem.
Jude. Okay,
You too, bye.
bye. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of this edition. I will try to come back again. I want to go get my run in. I did my exercise earlier. I did calisthenics because you got to mix it up. Sometimes you hit the weights. Calisthenics meaning using your own body, stretches, push-ups, squats, burpees, you name it. You do your own thing. And then sometimes you go run. So it's like I'm doing all three. Maybe, you should probably go do the same if you want or enjoy other shows, but I will see you guys shortly. Okay. And I want to thank all of you, for the super chats, those of you watching, and all the panelists. All perspectives are welcome here. We can agree to disagree. That's totally fine. But at the end of the day, I think everyone is looking for what's best, even though some might see it differently. But, I think we all want what is best. Until next time, I will see you guys. I'm out.
Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Baby girl love my bop and I like me too. No roof on my top and my babe see-through. Hating on the pen, don't stop, shit ain't gon' feed you. I've been all on my grind, so why I need you? Big flex, my swole up. Double cup and I'm pulled up. Niggas hating like hold up. What's the problem? I'm pulled